Hello and welcome to FIDE Women's World Championship Match 2025. Game 6 will be played today. I'm Grandmaster Miro, next to me Grandmaster Zhongyi. We will be your commentators for this last game in Shanghai, last game of the first part of the match. To remind you, world champion Wenjun is leading after 5 games, after she won game 5. Quite a scenario, I have to say, right? So she was first to, let's say, to lose the game, but then she comes back with 2 wins in her white games. And in game 6, Zhongyi will have the white pieces to try to level the score. Right, I think maybe we have just 1 minute before the game will start. And as usual, we will be having guests to start the game, right? So who are the guests today?
And the guest for white to start the chess with Zhongyi is Zhongyi, Director of Youth Sports and Education Depth, Shanghai Administration of Sports. And to help Wenjun to play the first move is a very famous chess player, Victor Blogan, FIDE Executive Director.
Yeah. Right, and the game has actually started already. So what was exactly the move order, if you can tell me? C4, right?
Yes, knight f6.
C4, knight f6.
Knight f3.
E6, B3,
D5.
and black just played D5. Yeah.
And bishop b2 is also played on the board.
Yeah. Something really cool about playing the Queen's Gambit with black, that you can do it against pretty much anything. Like Reti, English opening, you don't really care if you're ready to play E6, D5.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is something very kind of universal setup.
And
What white is trying to do, this B3, bishop B2, I think E3 later and so on, is also very tricky. Because,
Yes.
well, C5 played, I think E3 normally is the next move.
yes, and actually this kind of pawn structure and the position is happened in the last men's world championship match from Gukesh and Ding Liren. I think both players with white and black played some games like this.
Yeah.
And
so
this b3 and bishop b2, this kind of this move order is very good, because if you go like c4, knight f6, sorry, maybe if you go knight f3 first, and after d5, b3, knight f6 or e6, and c4 after d4. Actually,
yeah, you can play D4 with black. Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
and actually the engine well said this position is better for black already.
Yeah, this is amazing, actually. Yeah, I had it as the Reti player. I had something like similar. And you think with white, I'm getting a theoretical position from Benoni
Yes.
with tempo or maybe 2 tempi up.
Yes.
And then you check with the machine and it says, you know what, it's a bad opening.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter, yeah, doesn't matter. So, right, the way white played it, so prevents D4 for now. After C5, well, not E3, but C takes D5, E
Yes.
takes D5, and G3 was played.
Yeah, yes, and this is the reason why I said b3, bishop b2, knight f3 is, I think, the most the best order. Yes, because it gives white e3 and g3 two options in the future.
Yeah.
And we saw in the game, Tan Zhongyi played g3 here.
Yeah. So now, well, of course, you have natural developing moves like knight to c6, which is by far the
Yes.
most popular, or bishop e7. But you also can try to be very principled, very aggressive, and to play d4 this move with black, which is very rare. I see only few games, but one of them played by Levon Aronian against Wesley So, so like high rating game, so to speak. Yeah, d4, yes. Well, blocks one bishop, the b2 bishop, but the other bishop will be very active on g2. I have a feeling that Wenjun doesn't like this kind of moves, like defining the structure too early. So it's more like she will probably play, I don't know, bishop e7 on knight c6. I think the problem could be that if you don't play d4, maybe white will play d4. After knight c6, I'm not sure but if you go bishop e7, that means maybe d4 is not so bad, because you already spent one tempo. So if let's say you go bishop b4, at least like white gets a tempo out of you. Still, of course, remains to be seen. And again, we have the same start of the game where Tan Zhongyi pretty much blitzes the moves, and Wenjun spends a little bit of time. But last few games showed that it's not necessarily that yeah, like it gives Tan any advantage, right?
Yes.
Knight c6, bishop g2. Okay, knight c6, bishop g2. This is, and now we are actually transposing to, or not transpose, but yeah, it's a lot of games here.
Yeah.
Basically, what I'm saying, it's a lot of games. Giri played with Dean Liren, Caruana Pragananda last year. Like a lot of draws on yeah, like in high-level chess. A lot of draws. And Wei against Hari Krishna, this position, yeah.
And this position, so far in the whole match, I think it's the maybe first time we see Tan Zhongyi to put her knight on f3, not on e2 or e7.
Yes,
yeah.
right. There were two English openings when she played e3, knight e2.
Yes, and with black
on e7.
On e7, yes.
Yeah.
So
now after bishop g2, the most principal is probably d4.
Yeah.
After bishop e7, I strongly suspect that white plays d4 and we have some Tarrasch defense set up, right? Some Tarrasch defense structure, which is, again, playable. Maybe this is not the most aggressive setup against Tarrasch with white when you put the bishop on b2, but yeah, white was going for this anyway. So I'm guessing after bishop g2, d4 is like the most principal. What else can you do? There was one game with h5 for black, but this is, no, this is probably just like some blitz game. Doesn't make much sense, to be honest. I'm just looking for like what original move can you play here. So the moves are bishop e7, d4, bishop g4. Is bishop g4 anything? Looks a little bit strange, to be honest.
Yes.
And I'm checking. Yeah, there've been some Grandmaster games, but long time ago. So probably this is not what you want to play.
And
so basically, all the top-rated players go d4.
Yes. And I think even after you play bishop g4, I still can play d4. After if you go bishop f3.
Bishop
exchange
f3,
and everything exchanged, I think still.
Yeah, it's pleasant for white. Yeah,
yes.
It's pleasant for white anyway. And after, let's say, queen a5 check, maybe you just go king f1.
Yes.
Right, and g2. You don't care. Okay, you lose the castle, right, but only for one move.
Yeah. And Zhu Wenjun played d4.
Yeah, Zhu Wenjun played d4.
And castle.
White quickly replies with castle, yeah, which is logical. Bishop e7.
And the knight a3.
Knight a3, still theoretical. Still, we are following, among others, we are following a game of Giri against Dean Liren.
It's a classical game.
Yeah, 20, let me see. Doesn't say the tournament very soon. Yeah, I don't see what tournament it was played. Yeah, the chess database says correspondence, but these guys do not play correspondence. Right. So knight a3, castles, knight c4, bishop e6, e3, rook c8, and so on was the game of Giri against Dean Liren, and then relatively long game and finished in a draw. Knight a3, castles.
It seems like the position will go into a very tricky line today.
Yeah. White will have to play e3 at some point, right?
Yes.
White will have to play e3 at some point, and black ideally doesn't want to take, doesn't want to open the b2 bishop, but kind of hold the d4 pawn with all he has. And yeah, just keep the bishop blocked. Anyway, from this position, it's very hard to imagine like early simplifications.
Yes.
Right. So not only the pawn, you cannot really exchange the pawns in the center, and also like the pieces will be kept on the board. So it will be more complex game, which we usually welcome. Right. First time that Zhongyi spends a little bit of time here. Yeah, basically knight c4 or e3 immediately, or then somebody played rook e1, which, to be honest, I don't understand why would he do it.
Yes. And of course here rook c1 is not a good move because black can play knight b4 and you have to go back to a1.
Yeah.
Yes, so...
And at the very least, black can return, but maybe
Yeah.
this knight will go someplace else. Yeah, maybe even like d3 with the knight already on b4.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we should also praise Zhongyi for like fighting spirit. Again, yesterday's game, I've heard people like talking about like she was playing the lost position for too long. No, of course you do it, and she kept finding like very good resources. And today she's not trying to be like super safe. She's actually taking a risk. You can say already like white is taking some certain strategic risk by allowing black to take the center. Yeah, she wants to play complex chess. She wants to strike back with her last white game here in Shanghai.
Yes. And in Ding and Gukash match, I think in game 10, Ding also chose some opening like similar as this. So maybe that's why Zhongyi want to copy the game and maybe also the result from yes.
That's the one he won nicely in like some English opening style.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see 2 games of Aronian versus Wesley, Caruana Prague, but everything went to a draw. Yeah. From what I see from the top players' games, black didn't win a single game. There's a lot of draws and few wins for white. Interesting, but if you ask the engine, okay, it doesn't give black advantage yet, but it says equal. But
yes.
As you said, like whenever one side gets more space, computer nowadays likes the space very much. Like you have a pawn on d4 and
And so, Miro, what the plan we should find for white here? Because for black, I think it's very easy to explain. I will go bishop e6, rook c8, and just to keep playing easily and put my pieces out of the 8th rank. But for white, I think it's not very easy to find the real plan.
yeah, so. Well, she played d3 immediately.
Yes.
And bishop e6 is still possible. However, most games were played with bishop g4. I don't know if it's like good or not. I'm thinking. I mean, we could show Giri Dingliran game a little bit just to show how, let's say, how Giri was playing it. So after castle, he went knight to c4.
Yes.
Bishop e6, e3, rook c8. Yeah, black follows your plan. E takes, c takes, rook e1. I don't know, one day maybe even taking on e6 is the idea,
yes.
Right? Black went bishop d5, knight c, e5, knight takes, rook e8, bishop f3. I don't know what bishop f3 is, bishop c5, rook c1, queen d6, knight d3, something like that. Not very impressive.
Yes.
And yeah, there wasn't anything good for white, to be honest. Like, I understand the knight on d3 is maybe not bad, but bishop on b2 is still very passive, right?
Yes.
So he carefully exchanged all the pieces then and made the draw, but Yeah, the bishop still remains on b2, like it's very hard to activate this bishop. Okay, but in our game, let's say after e3, maybe to illustrate something here, if black takes on e3, I think white is happy normally, right?
Yes, after d takes e3.
D takes, and then one knight goes to c4, other maybe to e5. And this is very, very active bishops for white, so this is something that black shouldn't do.
Yes.
The other move that I think, okay, probably not good in this position, but normally the move you consider is d3 instead of exchanging, right? But here, I guess it doesn't do much, because like d3 on one hand, it's something like you take even more space, right? Very often you would limit white's bishops, like it's hard to develop. But here the bishops are active, and let's say if I look at computer suggestions, it immediately says white is better, just knight c4, knight e5 again. Maybe even f4, like knight f to e5 and f4 later, so both bishops are good. Knight e5 and f4 would be same setup, like pawn on, yesterday was pawn on f5, bishop on b7,
yes,
so you have bishop on b2, pawn on f4. Yeah, definitely white should, black shouldn't take. Black should keep the pawn on d4, but as you mentioned, I don't see anything wrong with like just going bishop e6 and bishop d5. The trick could be that if you go bishop e6 now, and white didn't play knight c4 yet, computer suggests white can take d4, cd4, and go knight c2.
So maybe that's the reason why.
Maybe that's the reason she doesn't go knight c4. Maybe that's why black goes bishop g4 in. However, I still don't understand if, say, bishop c5 is played.
Yes.
Bishop c5. The line goes on. Yeah, bishop c5. White would go b4. Knight takes b4. Knight takes b4. Bishop b4. And knight d4.
Yes.
And to be honest, like if you'd ask me, I would think black has no problem, but maybe something. Yeah, bishop to d5, knight f5. White has some tricks. I don't know how serious it is. Let's say the position after bishop takes bishop, king g2, queen d5 check, queen f3. It's a very forcing line.
Yes.
Exchange on f3, king f3, bishop d2, and then you let's say take on f6 and go rook fd1 or something. I guess we can say white probably has compensation, but not realistically, not realistically better, right? So white, yeah, the knight on f5 is very nice. White will get some activity with the rooks, but for white to be better in this position, it's a little bit too much. Yeah.
Yes, so actually,
but maybe this is a try anyway, like to take and to go knight c2.
Yes. And at least to play e3 gives white in the future knight c4 or knight c2.
Yeah, like more flexible in a way. Yes, and maybe this is why after e3 people were playing bishop g4, because now knight c4 you can actually go b5.
Whoa.
f3 knight is pinned.
Yes.
b5, and there is seemingly no real trick. The knight will have to return. Yeah, like, okay, there is a trick. White can go h3, and then maybe black will take. Queen takes, rook c8. And you have like two bishops. That bishop on g2 is great, but you have to go to a3. And this knight is not very good anymore. Like a6 or queen b6, and yeah. This is actually this kind of position. I really like this kind of conflicts, because it's very hard to tell what's happening, right?
Yes.
So, like if one piece is in offside, but also you have a lot of factors which are for you, because bishop of course on g2 is good. So these are usually very interesting positions to play. But first, wow, and Wenjun just captured on e3. Something
Well,
that we were saying we would not recommend.
Yes, very surprising.
This is surprising, and this also, like, apart from, let's say, if you don't look at the board, it kind of sends this, not sense, but maybe she accepts, like, I want to be safe more than, like, principle, right? Because it's not that she doesn't understand that, yeah, like, the most principled move, probably the strongest move is this, to keep the d4 pawn on d4. d3, it's a bit of a concession. I think, yeah, white definitely takes with the d pawn.
Yes.
And it is one of those, like, slight advantages that are very unpleasant. And also when you took on e3, what's your further plan is? Like, think if you also try to exchange the queens, you're probably in a really bad position. So queen d1 is like, it's too much. It helps white too much.
In the end, when we are young in the opening series, we know this d4 pawn to exchange with d2 pawn is not a good decision.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. It's funny that you mentioned this, because I have the way to explain to, like, less experienced people when, let's say, like, play this moves, d3, d3.
Yes.
Let's say queen d1, rook f d1, and black plays rook d8, and white does something, knight c4.
Yes.
And then if people take on d1, they say, I exchanged the rook on the open file. And I'm saying, no, you exchanged with the rook on a1, which was doing nothing. So now the rook is on d1. Yeah, so you do not exchange the d1 rook, you exchange the passive rook. And the same goes for the pawn, you're absolutely right. It's not the e3 pawn you're exchanging. Like, if you took on e3 and white took with the piece, then you say, okay, I exchange my d4 pawn for e3 pawn. Now you exchange for the pawn on d2, which, like, was not helping white much.
Yes.
And you open the diagonal. So after d3, d3, all of a sudden, white's play is so easy to understand, right? And you have, let's say, squares for all the pieces. Again, knight on c4, queens either exchanged, or maybe white queen goes to e2. You have two open files for the rooks. All of a sudden, it's a very pleasant position to play for white. So I do not like this decision of taking on e3, and especially if she starts thinking after this. But d3 implies that, okay, I have a plan after that. Yeah. If you just take on e3 and then start thinking, this is not a good sign, to be honest. This is not a good sign. Okay, let's think how black, what setup black wants to be kind of happy. Like, if, say, where does the bishop go, for example, from c8? b6, bishop b7 maybe would not be bad, but it's also not happening. Like, how can you possibly play b6? There is always knight e5. So I guess bishop e6 then? Bishop 1, bishop e6, and bishop to d5 maybe later on. But bishop e6, maybe we start as white, maybe we start with queen e2 after bishop e6.
Or bishop e6, can I go knight g5?
Maybe knight g5, and if bishop d5, there is e4. And and white is... yes, so it's a knight g5, and immediately I have to, like, make some awkward decisions, like go to g4 or something.
Yes, but I think this is not a good decision to...
Yeah, even now I'm thinking, okay, computer wants queen c2, even f3, like f3, you know, f3, e4, knight h3, knight f2, even and then f4 later.
Yes.
So basically, if you like forget about the pieces for the moment and just look at the pawn structure, each side gets, say, majority somewhere. Like, white has 4 versus 3 on the king side, black has 3 against 2 on the queen side.
And it always happens in some queen's gambit opening.
Yeah. So it's not. It's sometimes it is symmetrical, like black pawn on e6, and then we have two open files. We exchange everything. Yeah.
Yes.
This is if it's this kind of asymmetry. I'm thinking it like really depends on what pieces are on the board, but normally, while the queens are on the board, while a lot of pieces on the board, somehow central pawns are more important.
Yes.
Right. In the end game. Actually, black's 3 against 2 in the endgame. If you start pushing, then maybe black pawns will be better. But in the middle game,
Yes.
in the middle game, I think the kind of the structure favors white. Bishop went to f5. Okay. At least black stops queen e2.
Yes.
At least stops queen e2 for now. There will be bishop d3.
And to my experience, in this kind of pawn structure, white has 4 pawns against 3 in the king side and 2 against 3 in the queen side. Always, even the computer said now it's totally equal, 0.00. But if you just make a very normal
kind of
mistake, it will goes to 0.7 or maybe more.
Yeah. It's very easy to what do you call it? Like misplay this position with black, right?
Yes.
Like you do like one inaccurate move, and then all of a sudden white is better. And also, like white has some very easy moves to play. I think knight. Okay, you can also already start some knight h4, as computer says, or knight e5. I don't know what it is, but knight c4. I mean, knight
Yes,
c4
knight
is
c4.
very natural. Knight on a3 is not doing much. Like just go to c4.
And go to the center.
Yeah. And black once again will have to make some tough decisions.
Yes. Here, I think bishop d3, rook e1, bishop c4 is really a bad decision if you
Take
Yes.
Yeah, somehow, like sometimes if you can like maybe quickly attack the c4
Yes,
pawn or
sometimes.
something. Sometimes you can really play like this. But here, maybe we can say that now 2 white pawns, if let's say if you don't win the c4 again, they stop 3 black pawns, right? So to play b5 will be very hard. To play b5 will be very hard. So now if you give white a chance to play queen e2 and start moving e4, e5, white will be almost winning. So interesting to see how this game develops, because after bishop f5, if let's say if knight c4 is played, computer already starts recommending like queen takes d1, but pretty much like trying to exchange all the pieces. Queen d1, rook f to d1, and rook f to d, or rook a to d8. It's not sure. One of the rooks to d8. Okay, d8. Maybe you can survive like this.
To exchange
I don't know.
everything.
Eventually going b5. Yeah, like.
Yes. For example, here, can I go knight h4?
Yeah, knight h4, bishop g4 now. Now I guess f3, bishop e6
Bishop
is
e6.
not so clear, right?
Yes.
Because the knight is getting stuck on h4. Knight is getting stuck on h4. Yeah, interesting.
Yes.
d5, bishop f5. Knight c4 is there. Not too many, strangely not too many options for white as well. Like knight c4 is actually very natural.
So Wenjun still choose to believe in which is better according to her style.
Yeah.
To play more positional, but not to
Kind
take
of
too
clear structures.
Yeah.
Right. So next few moves will be defining, I think. If white gets anything, or we will get this sort of endgame where white is obviously like slightly more pleasant, but maybe nothing real.
Yes.
I think Wenjun kind of would welcome this scenario because she knows, like, on technical side of things, she's like probably a better player, and yeah, like defending slightly worse position should be manageable. So Tan would maybe prefer to keep the queens on the board, but then again, how do you do it?
The only move you can keep the queen is queen c1 here.
Yeah, like do you really want to play queen c1? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, again, there is a move like knight e5, and then if black takes on e5, bishop e5, b7 is hanging.
Yes.
So if you take d1, it can be a problem to defend b7. Right?
Yes.
Queen d1, yeah, rook f d1, and it's just like almost impossible to defend b7. So in fact, maybe black will play some queen c8, yeah.
But still, queen c8 is a very good move.
Intending bishop h3
yes.
at some point, yeah. Intending bishop h3 at some point. Yeah, somehow this knight from a3 is not getting anywhere. Queen e2 after queen c8, maybe. And if... So strangely, maybe knight c4, we don't rush with knight c4, right? Maybe we actually keep the knight on c2, on a3 for
a3,
now.
yes.
Bishop, yeah, like maybe queen e2, bishop h3. Right. Yeah, this one,
bishop.
this line, knight e5, yeah, bishop h3. And just like something. d1.
d1, and I think I exchanged queen c6, then rook a d8.
Yeah, looks very healthy.
Yes.
Looks very healthy, in fact.
Actually, for example, here after queen f3, exchange the rook a d8, it should be a position better for white, but seems like Wenjun is ready to play.
Defend this kind of endgames.
Yes.
Right. There was one option after bishop h3 that I'm curious to check, like why computer is even going for this. So to take on h3, queen h3, to take on f6 and go rook a d1. This is maybe a little bit surprising, but I think it tries to tell us that the bishop is not very useful, right?
Yes.
Because white still has the pawn on f3. Like this bishop doesn't have any objects to attack. And then you'd go knight c4, queen f3, stuff like that. This could be one plan for white. Yeah. But for now, we are still waiting for the move of the bishop f5.
So if white play knight c4 here after exchange the queen, maybe black's plan is to exchange everything on the d5.
Yeah, so exactly, yeah. So knight c4, if knight c4 happens, queen d1, rook f d1 or something, yes. Rook d8.
Rook a d8, yes.
A d8, and if white goes knight e5, black actually takes on d1 and goes another rook d8.
Ah, yes.
And maybe this is important. Yeah, like so you win the d file, or if white trades, you take with the knight and defend b7. And then it's tricky because white still is like more active, so on, but at some point it might be just not enough.
Yes.
Right? And like for instance, one scenario that like you have this position, the game goes on and on and on, and you win, let's say, one pawn, but you trade 2 of your pawns for 3 pawns on the queen side. And then it results, let's say, you have 1 bishop each and it's a draw, right?
Yes.
So it can easily be like that. So black has some resources to spare in order to simplify the position. Right, so maybe it's a little bit depressing way to play for black. Like you're basically playing for draw only. But when you're leading in a world championship match, maybe it's not so depressing after all. Yeah, I made the draw, and guess what? I'm +1. Let's see. I would much rather prefer for queens to stay on the board for us to have more interesting game. But actually, it's not easy to do. Yeah.
Yes.
It's actually not easy to do with white.
Here, I think if white really wants to, actually knight e5 is played on the board, and I think it's what I want to say is Zhongyi will try to keep the queen on the board. Just if she can play a move not move the position good for black.
Yeah.
Even if it's equal position, she will try to keep the queen on the board. She
wants to keep more pieces on the board. Yeah, knight e5. We can expect knight takes e5, almost like an only move for black.
And
knight
bishop e5.
Bishop e5. Yeah, but then we said now if black insists on exchanging queens, then there is a big problem defending the b7 pawn.
Yes.
So that's why.
And now there are some little tricks here. After bishop e5, black cannot play bishop e4, and I think after bishop f6 is winning for white.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Bishop f6 and
you go this, I go bishop e7. It's not very difficult.
White just like takes more pieces.
Yes.
White takes more pieces. By the way, otherwise bishop e4 would solve like all the problems if you somehow can play bishop e4. I was actually thinking, can black play bishop e4 after knight e5, but because I'm not losing the material, but the structure is terrible, so probably not as well.
Yes.
So just take e4, take c6. Knight gets to c4. Yeah, that's something very unpleasant. Yes, black captures on e5. Bishop takes e5 and queen c8 on a board.
Actually, today Wenjun played fast, really fast.
Yeah, she does play fast.
And maybe she wins 2 white games from game 3 and game 5, and she got more confidence.
More confidence, yeah.
Yes.
So now this queen e2 move seems like maybe white's only realistic chance to fight for advantage, because let's say if you go knight c4, then after rook c8, like rook d8, you have probably queen e2 is the desirable square, but then you run into bishop d3. Queen f3, bishop e4. And then if, let's say, you go queen f3, bishop e4, queen f4 maybe, then black exchanges, goes b5, and your knight again has to go to some like awkward squares.
Yes. And maybe this is
this is already better for black.
Yes.
Yeah, this is already better for black, because now, let's say, what do you even do? Like knight a3, black can give a check. Okay, like again, if you're a computer, you will find some queen a6 moves and knight c2, rook d2, like initiative all the time. Yeah. But even like simple, if you don't see queen a6, queen c6 check, after queen f3 you can exchange, or you can go knight e4 maybe. Yeah, exchange at a6 is good. Knight e4 looks very nice. Also like easy to play. So that's why queen e2.
And
queen e2 played by Zhongyi. Now she's ready to meet rook d8 with rook d1.
Yes, here you go rook d8, rook d1.
Still unpleasant. Like it's not so easy to, let's say, activate the a8 rook, right? Queen stuck on c8 defending the pawn. So it's not easy to activate a8 rook. Now what Black has, according to the machine, is queen to e6. Maybe a good move to attack the bishop and this way kind of develop the queen from c8. But after bishop b2, to be honest, I don't understand what's and another move with the tempo, rook a d8.
And yes, I cannot take on b7. This is the point.
Yeah, and then rook fd1, and only then bishop e4, something like that. Yeah.
Or to be
What's interesting, how
complete.
bad is to take on b7, by the way? It is pretty bad.
Yeah. I think
Bishop d3, because part of me is very tempted to sacrifice the exchange and to say this is a very strong bishop, which it might be, but it's still not enough.
Yes.
Yeah, it's still not enough. I need something more, right? Let's say I need my knight to be already on c4 and maybe pawns on e5, f4, and then I'm doing great. But to sacrifice an exchange like this is not full compensation yet. So yeah, queen e6 and rook fd8 maybe solves most of the problems.
Yes.
Alternatively,
Rook
you can go
A8,
this
A8.
bishop h3.
Yes. Queen e6, the idea of queen e6 is to go rook a d8 with another tempo, bishop d3, then you can play b6. And
Yeah.
after b6, black is totally
Black is solid. Yeah.
solid, yes.
So white has this very active bishop on g2, which doesn't have objects to attack.
Yes.
Again, same thing. Like you remove everything from this diagonal, which is sometimes the case in the Catalan opening, right? Also,
Yeah.
white develops this bishop on g2, so it will be pressing on b7 and rook on a8, but then black removes everything and it's just an empty bishop on empty diagonal. Okay, so yeah, but you're right. So this time they spent, they play more or less with the same pace, right? They spend equal amount of time, so this doesn't feel like playing initiative for Zhongyi anymore. Wenjun, of course, gets more confidence after first equalizing the score and now even being in the lead.
Yes. But today, Zhongyi start walking around the playing hall.
Which was normally a sign of her being happy about her position. Right?
Yes. Actually, I think last two games she has no time to do things like this.
Maybe she wasn't walking. Yeah, you're right.
So still we have the position, we're not sure who prefers their preparation today.
Wait,
Actually, queen e6.
Can I take one f6? It doesn't really make
Yes,
much
I can
sense.
go bishop f6.
Bishop takes, and if
Bishop.
rook c1, you still have the tempo with rook d8.
Yes. And bishop b7, I can just go rook b8. Yeah. Black wins the
The
piece.
exchange. Yeah.
Yes.
Rook d1. It says rook d1 instead. No, without taking on b7. So to take and go rook d1, but this is like not much, I'm guessing. Or maybe you can still play like this, to play
Yes.
on light squares.
Yes.
Knight c4, a4, bishop d5, something like this. Maybe that's what you do. Maybe that's what you do.
Yes. Still, if I go bishop e4, you can exchange the bishop. It's the same as
Yeah,
I
kind
go
of very
bishop
similar,
h3.
very similar ideas. Yeah. Actually, after bishop e4, what computer is doing is queen c4, exchanging even more pieces, because now I think I'm forcing you to trade the queens.
Yes.
Queen takes, knight takes, bishop takes, king takes, and somehow white gets a little bit more control over position, right? Maybe black has to play b5 already, because
Yes.
otherwise white will play a4. Yeah, so b5, knight d6, a6, and some rook d5 or knight e4. Yeah, it's clear that white has the initiative. Maybe it's not
Yeah.
enough. Maybe black holds, but Yeah, some initiative for white for sure. So Wenjun considers all of her options, which are not too many. Yes, it's basically between queen e6 and bishop h3. Otherwise, it's very hard to make a move.
Yes.
And again, I think we mentioned rook fd8. Yeah, so the whole idea of, let's say, queen e6 or something, that you are planning to win a tempo by going other rook to d8. So rook fd8 looks natural, but it's actually a bad move. If you start with rook fd8, rook d1, you no longer have this trick, and rook is stuck on a8 for a very long time.
And it will take black a lot of time to move the rook and play b6.
Yeah.
Yes.
And white still has, it's not like white is stuck. White still has all these like moves according to plan. Knight to c4, a4,
yeah.
and so on. Yeah. So Wenjun really needs to understand that and like either find this tactical queen e6 trick or just go bishop h3.
I think maybe she will go bishop h3 to exchange the bishop.
Yeah, bishop h3 exchanges the bishop. And also I was thinking, like when computer says that you will take f6 and so on, you believe it. But do you really like, maybe you don't want to like simplify it so much, like
yes.
by taking on h3 and f6.
Because it's very unusual. Most of the times you will never thought about bishop f6 in such kind of position.
Maybe if, let's say, if you already have knight on c4, pawn on a4, right? But like with knight on a3, you even think like maybe my knight is on the, you know, the edge of the board. Maybe I should make sure not being worse. Yes, bishop takes f6 is not such an obvious continuation, but supported by engine. Yeah. Bishop h3, queen h3. Take on f6 and to simply go rook a to d1. We actually get something very similar to this previous line in the endgame, but with queens on the board. Let's say black goes a6, then b5 is a very strong positional threat, so you have to go knight c4, b5, and here I'm actually not sure, because knight d6 is a possibility, but also knight b6, d5.
Yes.
Knight b6 and knight d5. Yeah, like one feeling that I have, that let's say after knight b6, maybe rook d8, knight d5, white almost cannot lose. Especially in the middle game with queens on the board, like you just hold this knight on d5, double, I don't know, on the d file. And yeah, it's a very safe position for white. And also there are some tricks. So maybe that's a good scenario. Okay, quite a long pause we have after queen e2.
And I think bishop h3 seems like should you move a piece?
Yeah,
yes,
she did play bishop h3. So now it's just a question. Just a question if Tan will follow with this kind of exchanges or maybe find something else. Wait a second. And let's say play a move like rook a to c1. Maybe the drawback is that black can take and play like b6 or something. Or what does black do? Like you probably take g2, but then or maybe now b7 is not hanging, so you can go check or you go queen e6. Yeah, check is maybe good. Yeah, check queen f3, and
I think I just exchange it.
Takes on f3 and play a move like one. Maybe knight d5 to b4, right?
Yes.
Knight d5 and yeah, you actually don't want white to exchange the bishop for knight, maybe.
Yes.
Maybe you prefer to keep the knight and then like knight b4 and potentially knight d3, something. Yeah, this knight is actually important for black.
So now it's a test for Tan Zhongyi to find bishop f6.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Understanding, as we were saying, like it's not easy to consider until you realize that maybe your bishop. Yeah, it's strange. It's black knight on f6 potentially is a dangerous piece, but not only that, like your bishop on e5. It looks brilliant, but in this structure that we have, maybe it has no real job, right?
Yes.
Then exchanging it on f6 and getting control with some light squares may be the best you can do. Yeah, I agree. It's not an easy move to play, to just take f6 and continue like nothing happens. Usually you want to, let's say, take f6 when black forced to take with the pawn, or take f6, bishop f6, knight d6, or something forcing. To just understand that, in this structure then we will be playing, we actually don't need this bishop, and we want to exchange it for black's knight. It's a clever trick. All right, overall, I think both sides can be relatively happy with the opening.
Yes.
So Tan Zhongyi kept the queens on the board. It's not a symmetrical structure. The pieces are not exchanging too fast, so to speak. And for Wenjun, at least, like there is no mess on the board. Like the plans are clear. There is your D file that you can hope to exchange the pieces on. There is your, let's say, a6, b5 plan in the right moment. Both sides relatively happy.
And Miro, I think this kind of bishop f6 is like we have talked about before we commentated today. We said there are some invisible moves in the game.
Right, yeah. So the move, okay, the definition of invisible move, it's been even a book written on this subject, is a move which is not too hard to calculate, but very hard to consider at first place, right?
Yes.
Right. So, and usually these are tactical examples, but this one, it's purely strategic example. And when, let's say, when you calculate to this moment where the white knight was appearing on d5 or white goes knight c4, a4, you understand, yes, of course, I just exchanged the bishop. But in this specific position, to understand, the time is now to take on f6. You can actually, you can take on f6 exactly this move. Yeah, but basically, you exchange all the bishops and then you play for light squares.
Yes.
Yeah, what's funny, look, after rook a c1, for instance, in this position, instead of rook d1, rook c1. What's funny, it could be a strong move, by the way. Black plays, among other things, black can play a6.
Actually, I don't know why.
a6, rook takes,
bishop e7.
Bishop e7, it's some weird stuff happening. So bishop e7, white actually has rook h5.
Oh, still rook h5.
So white is up a pawn. But after queen e6, some weird, typical like computer dynamics. So one thing, that after queen e6, if you go knight c4, which is the most natural, to me it's like most natural move in the position, that after b5, believe it or not, black is winning.
I think because of the rook.
Yeah, like the rook is strange. It feels like it has a lot of squares.
Yes.
But g6 and then, the rook is getting trapped. Like if you go knight d2, it's g6. And this is it. Yeah, this is it. Like you will have to go to h4. You have to go to h4. So
this is a
like a6 is a clever move. It's a tricky move. Yeah. So rook c5, rook takes c5, bishop e7, and then computer still finds some ways to kind of keep the position equal. Goes to h5 is also fine. Queen e2, rook h5, queen e6, and then knight c2. But if you go knight c2 instead of knight c4,
it gives one more square on a5.
Yeah, knight d4 I think is the main idea.
Yes,
and then
knight
black
d4
goes
is-
rook fd8. So like some very dynamical play. But in a way, we maybe can say that maybe this pawn, or rather the compensation for this pawn is more intuitive. The rook on h5 is misplaced.
Yes.
And black has two open files now, c file and d file, and one white rook kind of stuck somewhere. So I can imagine that this is actually, yeah, now I'm looking, computer like finds one way for white to keep the balance, and all the rest is already better for
Yes.
black. And also it's not, let's say, it's not very hard to play for black. Like rooks to the open files, maybe b5 if you need.
And
Yeah.
for white, the h5 rook, I think, has never come to the game.
Yeah.
Never
Like maybe eventually, maybe you go e4 and you go rook d5 and ask take back the pawn, let me
Yeah.
trade this rook. Yeah. So this is another very interesting scenario, that after rook ac1, because I was thinking rook ac1, knight c4, maybe white gets a better version of the previous position. Yeah, if black
Yes.
just plays like b6, I just want to defend knight c4, maybe white will be in
Maybe-
time to play a4.
Yes.
Even in sometimes even like queen a6, maybe you can allow yourself to go queen a6. You still have to watch out for d file, right? Let's say after
Yes.
rook d8, so that black is not very fast with rook d5, rook h5. Sometimes
Yes, but it's not very fast. But if you go queen a6,
maybe it is fast.
Yes, yes.
Okay, we have queen f3 move, and queen f3 we didn't speak about it, but it's actually a possible move. Queen
Yes.
f3, bishop g2, king g2, and now it's actually a good move, queen f3, because now the only way to keep the position equal is queen e6, and otherwise white is better.
Yes.
And like you don't even like have a good move if you don't go queen e6, like because something like b6 actually allows white to have, again, with some combination of rook ad1, bishop f6, and knight
Yes.
c4. It's just improved version of the previous line. So black has to come up with this queen e6, bishop takes, yeah, like you go queen e6, bishop takes, bishop
F6.
takes, rook d1 maybe, and now again, so the only move,
Queen a6.
queen a6,
Yes.
queen a6, and it's a tactical line, knight c4, queen takes a2, queen takes b7,
Rook b8.
rook a b8. I'm actually not sure how, let's say, how human is this. Queen e4. I always feel like in this kind of structures, what always has some like very unpleasant initiative. Maybe I have an illusion, like, but so many games it feels like the white went h4, g4, g5
Yeah,
somehow, and this bishop is so stupid. No, well, okay, of course computer will hold it. Queen b3, if we want to continue the line, rook b1, queen
Queen
a4,
a4.
exchange on b8, rook b1. Now you cannot
Yes.
take because queen a8. Yeah, rook b1 and like, for instance, rook e8, queen d5. White definitely has enough compensation. In fact, you know what? Rook d8, rook e8 is the repetition.
Oh.
According to machine, rook d8.
Queen
If
e4.
queen- Yeah, queen e4 and rook e8. Because if you take on c5, then after queen c2, it's already
Yeah.
you somehow lose control over the light squares, and black is happy immediately. Yeah, so if all this long line happens, then after rook d8, rook e8 is maybe a repetition. But first, of course, black has to go for queen e6.
Six.
Otherwise, no, seriously, otherwise, like the next move is like b6. It's already point 3. After b6, bishop takes f6. So bishop takes f6, and no, wait a second, not taking on f6. After b6, rook a d1 first. Yeah,
yes.
rook a d1, and after queen e6 we take, and we go knight, even knight b5.
Yes, but if
Knight
you
b5.
go rook a d1, can I go queen a6?
Let's see. Yeah, actually I didn't realize it was possible. Yeah, queen a6, knight c4. I think. Yeah, takes. And then e4. Now e4. E4. And then the queen is in danger, so you have to go back to a6.
Yes.
And then white starts some cool dynamical play. Like, okay, bishop f6 is already like something that I can understand, but
yes.
the cool dynamical play is knight d6 instead. Knight d6.
The threat is rook a1 immediately.
Rook a1 traps the queen. Knight f5 is also like a very serious threat.
Yes,
right,
yes.
so black has to take on d6, and then you take on f6.
Wow. And this is almost a winning. I
Yeah,
think.
gf6, rook d6. In practical game, you just lose this because
Yes.
how can you defend the king like this? Right. So if black tries to play like some risky business, white has very strong initiative. Something that we were talking about, that this 4 versus 3 with queens. Usually more important than black having sometimes even like an extra pawn on the queen side.
Yes. And if you as the deep pawn play, you are a player first to play d4 in the first move. Sometimes white has some variations to like d4, d5, c4 to sacrifice a pawn and goes for 4-2-3 in 4 against 3 in the king side.
Yeah.
I sacrifice a pawn, and in the queen side maybe you have 4 against 2. But I just play d4,
right.
e5.
Like in the Catalan, the
yes,
lines like
Catalan
this.
line.
All right. So maybe after king g2 in a position on the board, Wenjun really needs to spend some time to find the best plan to defend. And maybe we will go for our first break today. Well, it's been 1 hour of play. The opening stage is over. Looks a bit more pleasant for Zhongyi, but of course, the whole fight is in front of us. Stay tuned. We will be back shortly. Very good.
Intellectual games are highly popular in China. We know this much. And the FIDE Women's World Championship match is taking place at the Shanghai Chess Club, which also hosts the Shanghai Cards and Games Culture Museum, which illustrates the 6 important games in the country. They are Go, chess, Chinese chess, bridge, draft, and renju. And today we are going to take a look at the museum and what it hosts. Established in 2017, the museum showcases artifacts, some of them super ancient, from all of the 6 games I just mentioned. Over here you can see notation from the game Go. Yes, just like in chess, they also notate their games. And when I say ancient, I really mean it. The museum has acquired an original Go set from the Qing dynasty. Some pieces are missing, but it's still in excellent condition. On display, we also have beautiful chess sets from around the world, both cultural and symbolic, made from materials such as jade. If you take a look at this set over here, the king is a dragon, which in Chinese culture holds a lot of significance. There are also chess sets of historical significance, such as this one from Jun, the Chinese chess queen, which she took with her to the 1993 Women's World Chess Championship. The museum is also very informative, where each section gives you a little bit of background information of the game and its history. The club has been very successful in all of these games, and they showcase their medals and trophies on display, which of course includes Olympia trophies. There is also a commemorative space for Chen Zud, who was a visionary in both Go and chess, and this space is dedicated to him with photos and memorabilia from his time. Chen Zud was also president of the Chinese Chess Association at a time, and he had a big vision for chess in China, which he called the four-step plan. And that was to win the Women's World Championship title, the Women's Olympiad, the Open Olympiad, and finally the World Chess Champion title achieved by Ding Liren. He would, of course, be very proud today, as we are seeing Wenjun and Zhongyi fighting out for the battle of Women's World Championship. Once again, chess is alive and thriving in China.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to Game 6 of FIDE Women's World Championship match. Last game in Shanghai, right? Going to second hour of play after the break. So there are some news. So Wenjun found the best move, queen to e6. However, it seems Zhongyi didn't understand how important it was to exchange on f6, and the position we have on the board right now maybe already favors black slightly. So after queen e6, bishop b2 was played, And not only it kind of loses a tempo, so like after bishop takes f6, you could guarantee that the knight is going to c4 or so on. But also now, black gets a chance to put her knight on e4, completely neutralizing the pressure on the diagonal. Rook f d1, rook a to d8, and after a move like knight c4, computer says you can go b5, knight e5, f5, with black's chances being slightly better, because perhaps it's very hard to get rid of this knight on e4. Now the knight on e4 is good. It shuts down all white's play, I guess, and now black is probably just like threatening bishop f6. Black is threatening bishop f6. In fact, maybe we don't stop here. White's forced to go queen e2, bishop f6, knight f3, bishop takes, queen takes, and now, yeah, like pretty much any move leads to the position where black is slightly better. a5, a6, h6. This is like what computer is doing, like pretty much anything. But now, yeah, the situation has changed. The knight on e4 is so strong that it stops, I'm thinking, this stops advance of black pawns, right? So after knight c4, now, yeah, b5 is kind of strongest move, but not necessary. You can probably play something else. And even b6. What's interesting, b6, that there is such line. b6, rook a c1, and f6. Somewhat ugly move, like your bishop on e7 is very passive, but I guess defending e5 square is important, right? And making sure that the e4 knight is still there. And maybe now maybe you are planning to exchange on d1, go rook d8.
Yes. For example, if white go a4, I can just exchange everything on d5, and it's really hard to say white can make any progress after this position.
Like exchange and continue like nothing happens. But b5, yeah, like in a position in the game, like if b5 will be found, then maybe black is just the better after b5, knight e5, f5.
Yes, and as we said it before, bishop f6 is not an easy move to find in the game.
Yeah, it really was like a tricky, tricky idea for white to kind of to understand that you take on f6. Yeah.
Yes. Anyone tell me that here white has a move bishop f6, and maybe you can consider it, or something like this? I think it's easy to understand the bishop f6, and I can put my knight on c4 and a4, but it's just easily to miss.
Yeah,
move, yes.
Like the common knowledge, yeah, bishop is better than the knight.
Yes.
You know, like there are exceptions, but usually these exceptions are when your bishop is very passive, right? This bishop doesn't look so passive, right, on e5. It actually seems like a good bishop. But yeah, it was important to understand that bishop takes f6. And maybe the key is not even the power of your bishop, but the fact that the knight on e4 is such a cool piece.
Yes.
Yeah, knight e4.
And when we are having a break, I found after Wenjun played the queen e6, Zhongyi played bishop e2 just immediately.
So she was probably not considering much. This move takes on f6. Yeah.
And I totally agreed with you. This it's not because bishop takes knight is difficult or something. It's just because after knight e4, this knight for black.
Yeah, this knight is very strong. Yeah. So rook d1, rook d8, knight c4, and now if Wenjun plays b5, she might actually have some advantage.
Yes.
And this would be, of course, the dream scenario to finish, you know, kind of home leg of this match in Shanghai with another win, and this would mean like she's a huge favorite to win the match. Like, because +1, it's still this score when you're kind of a little bit shaky. Like any game can be, you lose concentration one moment and like you lose the game and score is equal. With +2 is of course very comfortable. Then you can try to play safe and just like wait for your opponent to make even more mistakes.
You know, I think if anyone has leads 2 points in the game, her opponent will play some crazy lines.
Yeah.
Yes, it happens in actually a lot of World Championship match, not only in women's section, also in
in the open. Yes, until it's like +1 in somebody's favor, it's still very, very tense, unclear, and so on. The moment you lead +2, and then your opponent goes like, okay, I have to win now at any cost, and you actually win more games.
Yes.
Like as was the case with Nepo against Carlsen, right?
Yes.
So Nepo, well, I mean, with Nepo Carlsen match, it was something special. He lost this very long game, and then couldn't play. But the moment it became +2, it became +3 very fast. Okay, so, well, 48 minutes for Chu Wenjun. Move number 19 for her to play. But this game, it's unlikely for the position to get like crazy or tactical, like let's say in the previous game.
Yes.
So I'm thinking it should be enough time for her. So again, b5, 95, f5. Can I play like, nice. Maybe it's not, again, maybe I'm thinking, maybe it's not so easy in practical because I was thinking knight d3.
Yes.
To play knight d3.
And the knight f4.
Knight to f4 and maybe get to some squares, but the strongest move for black is, again, it's not something very easy. It's actually g5. It's much stronger than anything else, and to play g5, like, again, it's understandable why you play g5 to stop this knight from going to f4, but also, like, opening this diagonal is not very easy decision to make, But in fact, after g5, next move is like c4, and black gets, like, fantastic initiative, probably very serious advantage. So first step will be b5, and then even g5 can be played.
Yeah, and it's also a question that even Zhu Wenjun find this line, see b5, f5, g5. Does he really want to take this risk? Because now we look the engine and we know this is better for black, but maybe in the game it's not very clear. I have this bishop, your king is.
Maybe some. Well, b5 first step she finds. She just played b5. She just played b5.
And actually, I think b5 is a signal that she not easily wants to draw, but
wants to play exactly. Like I'm not only playing here like for a draw. I'm playing the position. If position is better for me, then I'm ready to fight. It has to be said that after knight e5, f5 is not the only move. You can go knight g5, and this is also interesting.
Yes.
Knight g5 now, if queen e2, bishop f6 is better for black immediately.
Yes. Maybe white need to be careful about some lines after queen h3. Yes.
No, it's a lot of tricks. In fact, after knight g5, you have to go queen g4, and then I'm thinking again, like if black wants to like just have equal position or solid position, one way of doing it is to take on g4, knight g4, and to go f6.
Yes.
And then king f7, knight e6. I mean, just to play an endgame, right? This also looks very, very solid for black. But the most principle is after queen g4 is again to go f5, queen e2, bishop f6,
knight.
Knight f3
knight
is possible. Yeah, bishop takes b2, queen b2, queen e4.
What?
Queen e2. This is hard to believe, to be honest, right? This is hard to believe.
Well, this is really hard
Knight
to
f3,
believe.
king f3, right? And similarly, it's impossible to do anything. Okay, the king goes to e2, and somehow white holds. Still, I would be looking at moves like f4, which probably just gives the pawn for free. Maybe you just take and you say, okay, thank you for the pawn. But yeah, apparently,
like f4 is good. I think f4 is a good move.
f4.
At least
Yeah, you're not worse after f4,
yes.
right? Yeah. So even if it's possible, it's very unlikely to be played. Let's say, like you just don't play like this with white, like this king on f3. That's why. No, I think again, like the best move in a position on the board, right? The best move is still f5, the one that we have like now on the live board. Yeah, the best move is f5. Why I was looking, let's say, at moves like knight d3 and so on, which is like not the strongest, but knowing that Zhongyi wants the complicated game, right?
Yes.
And like the best move according to machine is like queen e2 and exchange more pieces. This is like, I don't think this is something Zhongyi wants. I don't think it's something she wants, because like chances of like winning not very high here.
Yes. But sometimes you need to be
objective, right?
Yes, objective.
Yeah, I agree. But it's actually so easy to play for black now, I'm thinking. Like, one of the things to do, you can just, okay, like bishop b2 is there, but also like if you play a move like a6, just a6.
Actually, this kind of position always happens in like a French opening.
Yeah, I was also thinking it's opposite colors in the French, and also it's considered like if you get this with white against the French exchange, this d4 variation, it's actually very good, right?
Yes,
normally, it's actually very good. So French defense, there are similar structures. And again, like even if computer says it's better for black, like in human play, a computer is very good at defending, right? And if you get this position and as a human, it's very hard to find all these moves, and usually the side with advantage wins relatively easy. Let's see. Yeah, the most natural is, of course, yeah, just go f5. There is no reason not to.
I think, yeah, if you go b5, you just want to prepare for f5, g5, some moves like this. Otherwise, you can after knight c4, maybe you just go, as we said.
Yeah, I mean, you can go b6, f6. Like if you want to be more solid, right?
Yeah.
If you want b5, then probably you're starting like this tactical complications. One thing to mention that, like going back to f6 is no longer an option, right? Knight f6, knight c6. All of a sudden, white starts having threats, and maybe already better.
Even now, maybe bishop f6 is a good move. Yes, maybe bishop f6.
Yeah, maybe bishop f6 is possible.
Of course, rook d1 is also good enough.
Yeah. Okay, let's wait for Wenjun to make a move. Also, I would argue that she needs to. Will she play f5 or not? She needs to decide in maybe next 10 minutes or something, because it doesn't matter how good position is. If you're really low on time, the position is still complex enough for you to like make some silly moves. So you still want to control the time, like maybe be on half hour after this move, maybe not less than half hour. Yeah, but I can also understand, you know, if, let's say the objective before the game, if she was thinking, now to finish with a draw and to be on +1 is very good, then it's very tempting to go knight g5 here. Not
Yes.
for the tactical, but knight g5, queen g4, just exchange, go f6, you know you're so solid. Yeah, maybe this is kind of option B that she's looking at. Like knight g5, and because of like this queen h3 ideas, yeah, white probably has to go queen g4 and then just exchange, or no, can you go f6 by yourself? Maybe, no. You prefer the knight to be on g4.
Yes,
Yeah.
here
f6 this way, like knight gets to c6, or it's maybe not the end of the world, but or maybe it is. Maybe I'm losing a pawn like this. Right?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, maybe I'm losing a pawn like this. Yeah. So it's better to no f5 played. F5 played. Clever move. And now after f5, no, this is really this. I have a feeling that Tan will go for some like knight d3 or something. We'll try to keep the position complex.
Yes.
Bishop f6 is actually a serious threat, it seems. If you play some, like say,
Yes, for
what is-
example, if you go, let's say, a very sitting
H4 or
H4,
something,
H3,
yeah.
and after bishop f6, knight d3, rook
there is
d3.
rook d3.
Yes.
There is rook d3, and black just wins
a win,
material.
yes.
Yeah.
So here, just look at the camera eyes. So Tan is getting feel some pressure after b5 f5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Not much can be done, I'm thinking. Like computer's second line. First line we already said it's queen e2 and just like kind of defending calmly. And the second line is g4, which probably tells you something. Yeah, like a move like g4 where, well, interestingly, after g4, white has only one way, black has only one way to get advantage. I would think like g4 is just a stupid move, but g4, I guess white kind of threatens to take f5, queen f5, exchange the queens, right? And yeah, so the move for an advantage is knight d2. The move for an advantage is knight d2, and maybe it's not so simple. Now, if you go queen e2, there is like check on d5,
and
more or less understandable. But after to see that after queen c6, rook d6 is very strong. Yeah. Queen b5, fg4. And I guess black just wins by attack.
Yes.
Bishop h4 is happening, and f2 is in danger. No, g4 feels like too crazy of a move. Knight d3 I could understand. Like it's even worse than g4 because of g5, but
but it feels more
human. Like knight d3,
yes.
knight f4. If you let me play maybe knight f4 and h4, at least the knight on f4 is stable.
Yes, and actually I think g4 is a move which you are afraid of in the game to play with, because black has too many moves here after.
Like g4 is like your typical computer move. So a human plays g4 if like everything else loses the piece on e5. If you need it to save your piece or something, like to save material, then you go g4. Otherwise, it's like it's too much simply. So, what could be other? Yeah, like for instance, I'm checking. This is a bad line for white, but I understand that someone might consider like take on d8, rook d8, and rook d1. Yeah, and then again, like rook d1, queen d1, bishop f6 is normal, and the way for advantage for black would be c4 instead.
Yes.
c4, and yeah, maybe also like if the rooks are exchanged, then the c pawn becomes very strong, and c4 is moved with the tempo because you want c3 again, winning material.
Yes. For example, we can
basically,
you can show something like this. If you go bishop d4, actually white's pieces are good, but
bishop d4.
I think it's just goes c3.
Yes, c3 is good. Bishop f6 somehow is even stronger because now you don't have the square for the knight.
Yes.
You don't have the square for the knight.
And queen f4, g5 is just winning for black. Well, so c4 is also the first threat of c4, of course, is c3, and I want to push my pawn. The second is to stop you to play knight d3.
Ah, yeah.
So bishop f6 is also
bishop f6 is also a threat.
Yes.
Or in some cases, maybe bishop c7.
Yeah, bishop c7 is also enough to win a piece.
No. So yeah, tough situation for Tan, that means, because the strongest move, queen e2, is also,
very defensive.
let's say, very difficult, considering the situation that she wants like more pieces on the board. She wants like even, let's say, at the cost of risking to lose, she wants chances to win, and then queen e2 is just like a calm move to defend an unpleasant position. But she has to play queen e2, according to what, let's say, to what we found out. She has to play queen e2. The alternatives are really bad. And
I think every chess fans will have this experience. If I before the game, before the match, I tried every motivation, my plan to win the game, and in the game I'm suffering, and the game is like the position I have to defend for draw. It's not easy to exchange the mind to
like mentally maybe the hardest thing to do, right?
Yes,
because if you come to the game kind of open-minded, I'll play the position on the board, I'm not thinking much about the result, then it's easier. If you stay objective and okay, I'm better, I'm trying to win, but now I have to defend and so on. But if you come with this mentality that I only have to play for a win, then it's very hard to switch to, let's say, let's play defensive. Also a sign of a big player, I want to say. Let's see. Zhongyi really has to decide. But wait, but we went very quickly on move 17. Bishop takes f6 would lead to slight advantage for white, right? Again. And now move 21, white pretty much has only moved not to get in real trouble. So white is like slightly worse after queen e2 and pretty much lost position after anything else. So this little move, bishop f6, was actually very important. It was actually very important.
I think it's a very big knowledge and technique in this kind of positional play. Again, like it's... I think I learned from this kind of positional play. Like
this setup. But you're right. Now that when you look at this knight on e4, it gives you this vibes from French defense when the knight is getting on e5 and white. In that case, it's white who is pushing the queenside pawns. Now it's like we have it with colors reversed, and this c pawn can be actually quite dangerous.
Maybe I think I can show.
Maybe we can show like an example line of what we are talking about.
For example, like this knight d7. Okay, this is also good enough to come to the position.
Like c5, and somehow we will
e3, and I think the line is on the bishop e7. But okay, we just go some easy moves. Sorry, some position like this. Or maybe maybe I just put it here and
bishop c3, knight e5, and before queen e2 and so on.
Yes, and actually a French player with white is satisfied with the position like this.
Yeah.
And in the game of Zhongyi and Wenjun today, black still weakness the weak her king side with g6. Just as you can look at in the right corner of the
of our live position, like
yes.
g3, king g2 is not necessarily a good setup to have.
Yes.
Some light square weaknesses. Let's see, no move still from Zhongyi. Yeah, needs to play queen e2. Yeah, something that we were talking about, like having a lead of more than +1. Like in a recent history, I'm almost sure, like if we are talking a year of 2000 and onwards, like say from Kramnik-Kasparov match.
Yes.
I don't think anyone ever was losing 2 games. I mean, was on -2 and came back in the match. No, I don't think it ever happens.
Yes.
Yeah, I think. And knight d3. Knight d3 is on the board. So, as I said, it's not a good move, but it's like understandable why it's played, and it's like was relatively easy to predict that this will happen. And let's see now, because I remember your theory was that, yes, g5, it's not easy to play in a World Championship match, which I completely agree with. Like g5. Okay, there is one more move that is maybe not as strong as g5, but let's say c4, maybe b takes, knight f4, or knight f4 immediately, and queen c6.
Yes.
And this is maybe more human, because you create yourself this passed pawn.
Yeah.
Also like control everything. And now it's a tricky situation on long diagonal, because like black knight cannot move, it's pinned, but also white queen cannot move, because there will be some discovered attack. Yeah. So, well, according to computer, this is better for black, and also it's hard to play for white.
Yes.
Like for instance, now the best move white has is knight to e2, and after rook d3, knight back to f4.
Yes.
Otherwise, it's like almost lost. So it maybe gives, let's say, Wenjun an alternative to g5, right? g5 is like the strongest, but not the easy move to play. c4 is more, let's say, more straightforward, more human, more positional, if you will. Yeah.
Yes.
And for instance, a move like bishop f6, which is also maybe natural, already drops all the advantage, because then white plays knight f4 with a tempo, queen goes somewhere, bishop f6, queen f6, and then you can play h4. So now you have this knight on f4, ready to jump to d5 if needed.
Yes, but still I think this position also favors for black, but maybe more draw chance for white.
Yeah, I think maybe the scenario is that like black starts moving the c pawn, white exchanges like all the rooks, maybe find some perpetual or something, you know. Yeah. So in this case, like with the knight on f4, white king is extremely safe, right? And so let's say this famous two weaknesses principle, right? So when black has the passed pawn and threats against the king, maybe black is winning, right? If it's only the passed pawn, maybe white has enough resources to keep it, to stop it somehow. Yeah, and then there is, of course, the strongest move in the position g5, which is, if Wenjun finds it, this will be a very serious chance of winning the game. I just realized that One more idea of g5 is that maybe somewhere it's actually g4 queen c6 and you know, play on this diagonal. I don't know how to, let's say, how to make it. Like your main idea is of course c4 after g5. Yeah, your main idea is c4, which by the way is very hard to stop. I think like actually c4 happens on next move pretty much automatically.
And after black plays c4, if you have to play some move like knight e1, it's just
yeah, black
really
has full control and yeah, probably cruising for victory from that moment. A very important decision in front of Wenjun now. It's a lot of moves which keep comfortable position, but g5 gives like almost decisive advantage.
Yes.
Almost decisive advantage. And like she already played b5, f5, like a lot of pawn moves. I guess she considers g5. And I'm looking at it like the power of this knight on e4, right? That after g5, I'm looking at ways, maybe, how to say, like it's not correct, it doesn't work, but even to create a threat on the diagonal. I cannot find the trajectory for this queen to actually threaten the checkmate. Like queen h5, but then you don't have more squares, right? Like a queen h6 is covered, everything is covered. So like you have to maybe move the rook from a1, go bishop a1, go queen b2 somehow. But this first of all takes you like 4 moves, and then black plays bishop f6.
Yes.
So there is like it's even hard to find how to, let's say, how to get a threat.
So actually, it's just decided with Wenjun how brave she is in this position. I think if she finds g5, it's not difficult to find too much risk. For her, but you need
you need to consider and also like you know, the argument for not playing g5 is that you have other good moves. Right, I mean, again, it's like if g5, let's say, an advantage for her, and all the rest is like white is better or at least equal, then you find g5 relatively easy. Here, like there is a lot of attractive continuations, this c4 thing. Even you can go bishop f6, and you know your position is healthy, and like not much can happen.
And
so let's see.
For example, let's say some situation like if I play the game and for example it's a group, a competition. We have five players against the 5 other players in that team, and for example, I play the strongest player of that side, and if I get the draw for our team, this is good.
It's good, yeah.
And do I need to play g5 here? Because the same like Wenjun, she is already +1, and this game is black. Before she played the game, I think a draw is.
If somebody, let's say, before this game, if somebody says like, "Are you happy with slightly better position?" Right after move 20, of course she says yes. Right, and then I understand what you're saying. Right, I mean it really depends on, let's say, mood before the game and like what you were expecting before the game, because in this position, right, it's so comfortable. Maybe actually you have, like, apart from what computer gives, like the c4 and so on, you may have like various ideas.
Because for this position, black wants to play for win with c4 with queen c6. Like these ideas is not very special. Everyone wants to play for win in this position, but g5 sometimes maybe too much. But here g5 is really good. So We will see what
And
she will play.
Played the move, and it is
G5.
G5. Wow.
Wow.
Wow. So today, well, you know what? Like, she's getting more and more confident with every game she
Yes.
wins. Well, she plays and also she wins. Because yesterday, remember, we were praising Zhongyi for finding more and more tricks, resources, tactics. But Wenjun was like, from some point in the game, she was playing perfect. And today also, she gets the chance and she finds all those moves. And look, and White, relatively fast, plays knight e1, which, believe it or not, is the strongest move in the position, but also, like, it's not a pleasant move to play, right? So after knight e1, black has c4, black has g4 as the move.
Yes. Also, queen c6 is also.
Yeah,
maybe
queen c6
some-
also looks very attractive. Yeah, queen c6, by the way, is like very serious move. Yeah, queen c6. Yeah, after knight e1. But wait, but c4. How does white even stop c3? Ah, the answer is he doesn't. So after, if you play c4,
Bishop d4? Or
yeah, like bc4,
bc4?
bc4. There must be some problem with bishop d4. No, there is not. Yeah, bishop d4, computer says g4, queen e2, and knight g5. And I guess some like checks, queen e4, knight h3. No, this is like everything is terrible. But if you don't play bishop d4, on the other hand, then black plays c3, and whether you...
Yes.
Because, again, computer's recommendation to take on d8 and go rook d1.
Rook d1, yes.
Rook d1, but then, yeah, you just take, go c3, and this is the moment computer realizes maybe my recommendation was not good.
Yes. Well, so actually, if black plays c4 here, it's really hard for white to find some defensive move.
Yeah, and again, like yesterday's game, at some point evaluation was even bigger in favor of Wenjun, but there were real tactical chances, not only to make a draw, but even to win it. Like you could blunder with white and just lose the game. Like today, black seems, Wenjun with black seems in full control after this knight e1 if she plays c4. But let me tell you what, like you don't play c4, you don't play g4, you play a move. You play a7, a6, it's still -1 for black. So everything is under control. This knight from e1 is not getting anywhere. Yeah, you don't need to play a6, but even if you like to just pretty much say pass, it's still better for black. Let's see. It's interesting. Well, knight e1. Not something I would play so quickly, to be honest. And it is the best move. It's incredible. Knight e1 is the best move. I think the most kind of human move is still like c4.
Yes.
B takes. Yeah, I think maybe you're right. Bishop d4 is what, like, again, human move to play.
And after
yeah,
g4,
like g4.
Even queen f4 is.
Queen
you
f4.
cannot play
bishop d6.
Just
bishop
winning.
d6 traps the queen, so you have to go back.
And knight g5.
And knight g5.
No, black has some checkmate threat actually. Queen e4, and if you go king g1, knight h3.
Yeah. So the line goes even more depressing. It's king f1, queen c6.
Queen c6, yes.
Yeah,
Because
knight
now
g2 is the only move not to get checkmated, and knight
Knight
f3.
f3.
And do we really want to play this position, right?
Yeah.
It looks so terrible. Right, it looks so terrible. And
Actually, if I play white, I calculate to this position. I will just finish it and find other things.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think like you don't want to. That's a big question then. Again, I understand maybe you play knight d3 even not seeing that g5 is an option. But
Okay.
after g5, was there anything to... No. Yeah, that's the problem. So if black played g5, which Wenjun done, you don't have like other option. It's not like, okay, knight e1 is more solid but passive and you have
Yeah.
something else like to maybe have chances. No, there is like simply no other move. c4 was happening anyway, c4, c3.
Yes. So maybe I think, to be honestly, maybe Zhongyi played some moves too fast in the last maybe 4 games, from game 3 to game 6.
Yeah,
now.
well, actually, right. So let's chronologically try to recall. So she lost game 3,
Yes.
and
this?
that was...
Rook d8, rook f8 too quickly in the middle game.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
remember, yes.
Yeah, then in game 4, she has a big chance of winning, and then she kind of plays a bit too fast, doesn't take the pawn on b6, and loses her advantage. Okay, later on there were more chances, but yeah, there was the main chance that she
Yes.
lost, maybe because played too quickly. Yesterday, I'm not sure. But yeah, very early in the opening, knight e5 and then knight g6. Yeah,
Yes.
maybe also. And today, yeah, right, like a quick move, bishop back to b2.
And this knight d3, knight e1 is also maybe play
Yeah,
decision too
again,
quickly.
as we said, it's not the greatest alternative to go queen e2 in that position instead of knight d3, right?
Yes.
And you defend the passive position. But now, with knight on e1, it's not like your position is like very active. However, let me tell you something. Wenjun has played bishop f6. And after bishop f6, surprisingly, white's position is almost back to normal. The trick being that bishop takes f6, and now...
Queen f6?
Yeah, if queen f6, white just gets chances to exchange, I guess. Rook d8, rook d8, rook d1. And it's not much according to machine. Maybe now, in fact, like with exchange of all the rooks, the king, black king, is actually in a bit of trouble.
Yes.
Not that white is like winning this position, but like for enough for, you know, for counterplay, for checks. So bishop f6 allows white to exchange the... Yeah, that's counterintuitive again. So the bishop on b2 is still bad. Even with open diagonal, it's still
Yes.
bad. And that's why like the c4, c3, you still could squeeze more out of this bad bishop. And instead you allow white to exchange it after bishop f6. So yeah, bishop f6, queen f6, rook d8.
But for human, actually, I think everyone will think e7 bishop is bad, worse
b2
than...
b2 bishop is good, right? Yeah, I agree. Like I can understand why you play bishop f6. It's just that again, having the engine evaluation running, I can tell that yeah, bishop f6 is not how to say, bishop f6 is not the greatest move, and actually drops the advantage significantly. It's maybe not, let's say, exchange of the bishop or something
Yes.
that is important, but the fact that c4 is so strong,
C4,
like
yes.
c4, c3 is so strong.
Yes. Also, we said even a6 is
Even
0.1.
a6, yeah, like keeping everything under control. Because now, yeah, bishop f6 all of a sudden allows white to exchange a lot of pieces, like rook d8, rook d8, rook d1.
And here, for example, I exchange and then play queen b2 just to give preparatory check for white. Or maybe queen d5.
Actually,
queen
white
f5.
wins in
Yeah.
this case, yeah. Queen d5, queen f5, and white's winning. Bishop takes f6.
And the queen f6 already take.
Already takes with the queen. Now I have to say the danger is, well, mostly over, because apart from rook takes d8, you can play rook ac1, and it's also almost equal, or even h2, h3 is holding. Yeah,
Sorry,
like rook d. I mean, you can take on d8, of course, that's the best, but even like rook ac1 is already acceptable.
Yes.
Already acceptable. But I guess like you really take on d8 now.
Yeah.
Rook ac1 doesn't make much sense because you're not attacking the c5 pawn.
If you go rook
It's
c1, can I
interesting, yeah.
go
Queen
queen
b2.
b3?
What's
Queen b2?
It's rook takes d8.
I take.
Rook takes d8, and I'm guessing queen f5. Yeah. Queen
But,
f5,
it's
queen c1.
Not easy, I see.
Yeah, it is not easy. And the trick is actually, well, queen e4 is equal, which is a surprise to me.
I see.
But maybe it's relatively human. Yeah, queen e4.
Yes.
And
First, I think.
yeah, queen e1. I think it's
yes,
queen
preparatory
e6,
check,
a relatively easy draw. You can try queen c3 instead of taking on e1. And then some like queen e6, king h8, knight f3. I guess we can maybe conclude that this is like the king is too weak, right?
Yes.
Knight e5, some tricks. So it says it's an equal position,
But still, it's not that clear, even if it happens.
like a fate. I imagine, yeah. Like it's probably like very hard to make like big progress with black though if white just like somehow stands.
Yes.
Because the king is. The king
You
is
cannot
not
go c4 and just.
Yeah, rook d8, rook d1 played. Rook d8, rook d8, rook d1. So now, realistically,
Yes.
we still have to have, like, black went for it, so she still probably has some sort of a plan how to continue. The problem is, there is no problem anymore. I wanted to say, maybe you don't want to exchange the rooks, but then if you move the rook away, white actually gets rook d7. So
Yes.
that's why Wenjun decided to trade the rooks, and also offers the trade of queens after queen d6, which, by the way, if you exchange on d6, I think maybe you hold, but it's still pleasant for black, right? Because of the c pawn, because the king can get all the way to d5. So in fact, white should try to exploit the king weakness. Something that we were saying, like, not important. Now computer moves queen h5, for instance. And you can go queen d2, almost like winning material, but then queen e8, and there is, I guess, just a perpetual.
Yes.
Yeah, so after queen h5, one way to finish the game immediately would be queen g6, queen d1,
and
queen d8, queen d6, yeah.
But if black wants to finish the game like this, maybe just go queen d2 is also,
Yeah, maybe queen d2 is also forced.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, but interestingly, queen h5 is probably the most kind of the best move, because otherwise, where do you go? Like some queen e2.
Maybe I still can go.
Black can still force the knight endgame, and again, like for computer, it's like minus 0.2, 3 something. But for humans, you don't know, right?
Yeah.
You cannot calculate it from here, let's say till the end. And intuitively, it looks very dangerous. Like
Yes.
king gets to d5, the c pawn can move anytime. I think intuitively you don't go for this kind of endgames.
Yes.
Unless you are forced to. And you can avoid it by going queen h5.
So if white goes queen h5, can black have something to
Like not
play
force a
for
draw,
win?
but try to
Yes.
play, yeah? So I'm thinking queen e8 is maybe an annoying move, so like
Yes.
maybe queen d7. I don't know where it goes, but just to control
Queen e8.
queen e8 and maybe move the pawn to like c3.
Actually,
Then
I
again,
think-
if white is just waiting,
but how can you wait in this position?
h3 something.
I think I will go c4.
c4 takes.
Takes.
Oh, okay, knight c2, let's say. Knight c2, knight d4, knight c2, knight d4. So just, I hope that you go queen d2 one day and I have a perpetual.
Perfect, yes.
Maybe this is enough. However, like again, this was like my analysis. Computer says that queen h5, queen d7. It was saying queen h6 is maybe clever, because otherwise after my h3 you could go king g7 and maybe you're like getting ready
Yes.
for queen d2. It's not much, white still has defense, but yeah, like the most precise move after queen h5, queen d7 is actually queen h6. So now if black goes queen d2, you will give a check from e6 and the king cannot move. And maybe after queen h6, white is actually safe. Now I'm thinking,
Yes.
because knight is tied to defense of the g5 pawn, right? The king cannot move and queen has to like always control e6.
Yes.
So white is relatively safe, and maybe black will be forced to go queen d2 at some point, because otherwise knight f3.
Knight
you
f3,
know.
yes.
Yeah. Let's see. Don is thinking.
And if black wants to go other place instead of queen d7, for example, queen c6 will give white chance to play f3. And you have no squares to protect on e8 and have threat on d2.
Yeah, yeah.
But after f3, I can just take the g5 pawn. So no squares for black queen.
Yeah, it's queen d7 we looked at, queen c6 we looked at.
So if
Let's
queen
see.
h5 played,
Yeah, if queen h5 played, now it will be almost, I guess, almost impossible to avoid
yes,
a draw, or not a draw, but this position that you cannot really make progress. You can play it maybe for 50 more moves somehow, but
yes,
yeah, it seems very problematic to make a progress. What's interesting, even in equal positions, our two players, they do not rush to repeat the moves and make a draw. They still
Yes.
try to find resources. So it doesn't mean that the game will end like this. Right. So after queen d6, queen h5 is the move that we expect Zhongyi to play. And maybe we have a chance for another quick break now. Not to miss, not to miss if there will be a repetition. We really have to go for a break right now, and we will be back very shortly. Game 6 is still in progress. Stay tuned.
Intellectual games are highly popular in China. We know this much. And the FIDE Women's World Championship match is taking place at the Shanghai Chess Club, which also hosts the Shanghai Cards and Games Culture Museum, which illustrates the 6 important games in the country. They are Go, chess, Chinese chess, bridge, draft, and renju. And today we are going to take a look at the museum and what it hosts. Established in 2017, the museum showcases artifacts, some of them super ancient, from all of the 6 games I just mentioned. Over here you can see notation from the game Go. Yes, just like in chess, they also notate their games. And when I say ancient, I really mean it. The museum has acquired an original Go set from the Qing dynasty. Some pieces are missing, but it's still in excellent condition. On display, we also have beautiful chess sets from around the world, both cultural and symbolic, made from materials such as jade. If you take a look at this set over here, the king is a dragon, which in Chinese culture holds a lot of significance. There are also chess sets of historical significance, such as this one from Jun, the Chinese chess queen, which she took with her to the 1993 Women's World Chess Championship. The museum is also very informative, where each section gives you a little bit of background information of the game and its history. The club has been very successful in all of these games, and they showcase their medals and trophies on display, which of course includes Olympia trophies. There is also a commemorative space for Chen Zud, who was a visionary in both Go and chess, and this space is dedicated to him with photos and memorabilia from his time. Chen Zud was also president of the Chinese Chess Association at a time, and he had a big vision for chess in China, which he called the 4-step plan. And that was to win the Women's World Championship title, the Women's Olympiad, the Open Olympiad, and finally the World Chess Champion title achieved by Ding Liren. He would, of course, be very proud today, as we are seeing Wenjun and Zhongyi fighting out for the battle of Women's World Championship. Once again, chess is alive and thriving in China.
Welcome back, everyone. We continue with Game 6 of FIDE World Championship Match 2025. Well, the position on the board is equal, and moreover, we have a chance for almost a forced draw. Right, so let's update our viewers on what has happened after all these exchanges and Queen D6 that we've seen. White did play Queen H5, and after Wenjun played King G7, Queen E8 is a clever move, attacking the B5 pawn, and Wenjun just played A7, A6. So a forced draw I was talking about is black going Queen D2, while seemingly creating decisive threats. The knight's hanging, F2 is hanging, but black gets to play Queen E7, and after King G6, Queen E8.
Yes, also.
And it's a draw. Yeah. So after A6, the game keeps going, but like computer analysis shows that there is no real way for black to make progress.
Yes. But for black, Wenjun can go Queen D2 in any move. So
Yeah, that's true. Like black has no risk. Black seemingly has no risk. Okay, something I want to try with white, knight f3. Like this knight on e1, I don't like it. Can I go knight f3? And it turns out it's not the greatest, because knight f6. And I think if white doesn't control the diagonal, maybe black wins, right?
Yes.
Queen d5 and g4. Like say what, like, yeah, queen c8, for instance. Yeah, queen c8 loses to queen d5. Next move, well, like, I mean, white can give a check maybe, but eventually black will play g4.
Yes, and it's unstoppable.
Eventually black will play g4. So that means that after knight f3, knight f6, queen a8 is the only move to keep your queen on the diagonal. And then black can continue. Like one way would be g4. That's interesting. g4, knight h4, queen d5. So black even a pawn down. But after queen's exchange, knight f5, king f6, the c pawn is dangerous. King is very active. It's probably black who has chances.
Yes.
Yeah, it's probably black who has chances. Yeah, so I guess objectively white should try to like force this draw somehow. Queen c8 is one move that is possible. Okay, but it's a little bit computer stuff again. Queen c8, queen to d5 if you don't want to force a draw.
Yes.
And then white can take on a6, believe it or not. For me, it's like, you know, it's not very easy to understand that it's a possible move, but apparently it is. And then after queen d2, queen b7 is still enough, I guess. How is it enough, though? King g6,
queen c6,
queen
I have
c6.
queen e8. If you go king
if
f5,
I go to h5, there is queen e8. Yeah, queen b6, for instance, would lose to king h5. Yeah. So it's exactly the check from c6 that saves. And yeah, and that's pretty much perpetual.
Yes.
So queen c8 might still almost like force a draw. But what's interesting, computer doesn't feel like you have to force. Like h3, good enough for a draw. A move like king f1 even, which is not very human move, but apparently it just says like you cannot do much, and whenever you go queen d2, there is a perpetual.
But for human, I think if you go king f1, you are afraid of
like So logically, if black wants to continue this game somehow, it should be connected with the movement of the c pawn. Yeah.
Yes, and actually in the game when you just to move the piece like king f1, king g2, king f1, king g2, it's very dangerous.
Yeah, exactly, because like you never know if there is really a perpetual check, right?
Yes.
I mean, maybe one day it will not be. But here, yeah, queen c, after c4 takes on c4, queen c8. And it's the same idea of the queen d5. Black can just like take on on a6, take on a6. c3.
Yes.
Yeah, it's incredible because yeah, there are like forcing lines, but also like h3.
This is the
Yeah,
forcing
no,
line?
it's not the like
Okay.
apart from like you can do f3 something, but h3 apparently also holds. So you achieved this, like pawn on c3, queen on d5, knight e4, which is probably the maximum, the best placement for your pieces. And then, like the moment you go queen d2, once again there is like this
Queen b7
check on b7. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Let's see. But all this, I agree. All this, like king g1, king f1, is not normal.
Yes. And
So-
actually, I think the most normal move here is knight f3, which
Yeah,
gives-
which we agreed that maybe black is better after knight f3.
yes,
But knight f3, I totally agree with you. Like the knight on e1 for human eye gives such a bad impression that you want to
Yeah.
improve it. Yeah. And also maybe you have some threats, maybe some knight e5. This is how like human brain works. Yeah. You really hope that black just says pass a couple of times. You go knight e5, queen f7, somehow checkmate. And after
so now, so maybe after king f1, but still nothing I want to say after king f1. Maybe knight f3 is a move next move, because here you will not have knight f6, queen d5, have a ping on my king. But
so after say c4 takes, if white goes knight f3. Yeah, this is still equal. Yeah.
yes,
Still possible to do it. Okay, is there a way for wait, knight f3? Knight f3.
Yeah.
You see, so we predicted this one. It's so natural, right?
Yes.
So natural. Knight f6 played
Whoa,
very fast,
very
so Wenjun was expecting this move. And now, we already said it, queen a8 is really the only move not to lose. Queen e5, one would think, is like exchanging the queens, after which black is better, but queen c6 again.
yes.
Queen
is
c6
winning.
just wins the game on a spot. Queen c6 wins the game on a spot. So in fact, white has to be very careful not to blunder this queen c6 move.
Yes.
Queen a8. What's interesting, after queen a8, I was giving this g4 forced line, but also black can play h6, for instance. And it's not a pleasant position for white anyway. It's like computer holding it, but it's not a pleasant position. And the knight remains on this f3. Okay, you went on to f3, but then it's a little bit passive.
Actually, after h6, I think it's not easy to make a move for white.
Yeah, if you want to know what computer move is, it's check on a7,
And
king g6, and back to a8. And the idea, I guess, is that after g4, you have knight
Knight-
h4 comes with a check.
Yes.
Knight h4 comes with a check.
But if I just go easily queen d5,
This is a good question. Wait a second. Queen d5. Now it exchanges. Surprising. Exchanges knight e5, king g7, a4. Says that black, white is alive. Like a move like a4, you can easily be lost. After.
Yes.
Wait,
C4
a4,
goes
c4.
C4,
Yeah, I
yes.
don't. c4, bc4,
ba.
ba4, c takes,
What?
a3, d6.
Oh,
And then if you stop it with the king, I guess the knight somehow stops. Yeah.
yes, something like knight c6. Yeah, something like
Yeah, knight c6 is nice. Yeah, knight c6, and you threaten d7.
Yes.
Wow. Queen a8, h6 is on the board. So we might actually see this line.
This line, yes.
Might actually see this line. But you're right, it's an unpleasant position, like in practical terms, because with white you want to do something productive, right? So undermine some pawns and attack something, and you cannot really do it. And again, like the moment you move the queen away from diagonal, let's say you go queen c8, queen d5 resigns.
It's just a
same setup. It also gives king f1, but I'm trying to understand king f1. If again I go queen d5.
Yes, I think I can force you to exchange the queen.
And this endgame is like, it's hard to tell if it's equal. It's probably not.
Yes.
It's probably not. I don't know. This looks very risky. This looks very risky. Yes.
Once I heard some of the greatest players said the knight pawn endgame is just like king pawn endgame.
Yeah. This is I don't know. Like I think they say that it was said by Botvinnik, but I will not be comfortable like 100% saying this. But yeah, but the idea is very similar indeed. Like you have the outside passed pawn. It's very good in king and pawn endgame. It's very good in in knight endgame. Here you do not have a passed pawn yet, but you have chances for a passed pawn with c4, right? A white potential passed pawn is e pawn, and it's not yet there. And even if, like say, it's easy to block with the king. So that's why we feel like black's chances are better. Even if black doesn't win, white needs to work for a draw.
Yes.
White needs to work for a draw. So while computer evaluation is like close to zeros, this is the position that you do not enjoy playing with white at all. It's like finding, not even like precise move, finding your next move is always a problem, right?
Yes.
Finding it, because on every move you have to consider black going queen d5, we play this endgame, how do I hold it? You have to watch out for, again, for this queen d5 and the swings.
And actually I think white cannot make any moves to avoid the queen d5 exchange the queen. I haven't found that.
Yeah, it looks like, yeah. Okay, there is, for instance, a4, which computer somehow recommends. And if we go queen d5, yeah, it's once again exchange.
Yes.
But then the fact that I can take ab5, I've reduced the material. Maybe even this one I would not be very happy.
Yes.
Even with this position, would not be very happy. Like, okay, knight d2. I guess you make a draw eventually, but
still not very clear actually.
yeah, still. I mean, maybe you know, maybe like it looks not tactical, but maybe in fact, like any move you make, there is some tactic. Like I just realized king f6, there is e4, right, and you exchange more pawns maybe.
Yes, but still, it's
still white. Black is better all the time. Maybe the way white makes a draw is like exchanging as many pawns as possible. Then you have to sacrifice the knight for the last pawn. Maybe this is the way you make a draw. But yeah, like objectively, we know it's holdable, but again, very, very unpleasant.
I think if I play white, I have almost no confidence to make sure I can draw this.
Yeah, but also psychologically, look, the least the kind of the area of the game we are least good at is like passively waiting. Right.
Yeah, yes.
That separates us from computer, like in these positions, a lot, because when it's initiative, but I need to attack even with some brilliant moves. This is in our nature, right? This
Yes.
is like when you're learning to play the game, they tell you, okay, you have to attack, you have to sacrifice. And nobody tells you there are positions, you know? In chess, there are positions where you have to sit and do nothing for 40 moves, for 50 moves, and just wait.
Yes.
Yeah, that nobody teaches you that.
And always when you sit and wait, it like 9 games in, if you play 10 games, sit and wait, 9 games will end, you lost.
Yeah, actually, yeah, exactly. Like you normally develop this pattern that if there is nothing but sit and wait, this is bad, right?
Yeah.
I will lose. Somehow my opponent will find the way to improve the position. But maybe nowadays, like because active chess players, they analyze with engines a lot. Maybe you have this feeling that okay, sometimes it can broadly be described as still this one is sort of a fortress.
Yeah.
Not the fortress when you just have all your pieces in one corner and everything defended, but in a way it is a fortress. Like you do nothing, you wait, and your opponent cannot make any progress. Let's see. But you're right, like if black wants to, Wenjun will probably find a moment to play queen d5 and we will have this endgame. And then again, if you don't play a4, like as I said, like one of the lines of computer is like give, check, go back. Queen d5, knight d5. Like to understand that a4 is a possible move is not easy at all.
Yeah.
The a4 is very often the move that loses you the game.
Yes.
Right. And with 3 pawns, like potentially knight c3, maybe you lose one of the pawns here. So still very, very tricky position. By the way, confirmed by Zhongyi spending more and more time. In fact, already 10 minutes or 9 minutes spent in this position after. Oh, well, and she just played a move, h4, and you know what?
It's a
After g4, black might be winning again.
Yes.
So the trick is like that. h4, g4. Now, let's say you go knight e1, for instance. You go knight e1. And then queen d5 is like decisive advantage.
Yes.
Because now it's such a bad structure, I think. It's such a bad structure on the king side that you never create a passed pawn. And also you're probably like never able to exchange enough pawns on the king side. Wow.
And h4 is a move don't want to sit and wait.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. So h4 is this type of move that I want to do something productive.
Yes.
Which is getting punished in this instance. Yeah, h4, g4. And remember, in some lines we were looking at black playing g4, and the answer was knight h4. So I'm attacking your f5 pawn. So this is also what is bad about moving your own pawn to h4. So h4, well, g4 honestly looks very like logical, almost automatic. So if there is no, I don't see the reason why wouldn't you play h4. Queen b7?
Yes, queen b7, because if you go king g6, can I go h5? Some moves
king
like
g6,
this.
h5, white is winning.
White is winning.
White is winning.
Some tricks.
So now I understand why she went h4.
Yeah.
I understand why she wants to win. She wants to win. And the trick is, well, obviously if king takes, it's checkmate in one.
Yeah.
And if knight takes, it's actually beautiful. So knight h4.
And king f6.
Now if you go to f6, it's queen h7. And I think the knight is lost. Because knight g7, there is queen g6, right? f5, too many things hanging.
And also, if you go king
yeah,
g5,
if you go
it's
king
the
g5,
same,
it's queen Yeah, queen h7, queen f7 is somewhat stronger, but
Stronger,
queen
yeah.
h7 also wins. Yeah.
Oh, and I find something I think interesting after queen f7. If black goes queen f6, the winning move should be f4, or not?
Yeah,
not
wait.
Sure.
f4?
F4 not winning, I think.
No, f4 incredible. f4 doesn't win.
Yes.
f4, gf3, knight f3, king g4, and somehow you cannot checkmate this king.
Yes.
Somehow you cannot checkmate. You have a perpetual knight h2. Oh, actually, knight e5 is also perpetual. Knight e5,
yes,
queen
this is
e5,
also
queen g6,
beautiful,
checkmate.
Yes.
But you cannot win. Queen g8, it's queen g7, right?
Yes.
Wow.
Oh, this
And the
is
winning
beautiful.
move, look, if he reach this position after queen f6, the winning move will be, wait a second, yes, a king g5, queen f7, queen f6. The winning move is somehow queen d5. So it's, again, not trivial, but probably like just the king got stuck.
Yes.
On
so
g5, you
for
cannot move the
example,
queen. Knight g7,
Knight
yeah,
g7.
it just goes e4. And I guess goes maybe e5. You also threaten queen d2 now,
Yeah,
among other
yes.
things, yeah. So I guess this one wins for white. But let's go back. So h4, g4, queen b7 check. Black wins with queen d7.
Yes. Any of queen b7, queen a7 will meet queen d7.
Yeah.
That's
g4, any
just,
check on the 7th rank, you just block. Queen takes, knight takes. Knight d2, I guess, and
Yes.
something.
And,
Knight e5, king
knight
f6, all good moves, yeah.
Yes.
Knight e5, king f6, all good enough.
Wow.
So
this-
Wenjun once again gets a chance. Gets a
Yes.
chance, and this time she's almost like pushed towards, like, you know, before that she had to go c4 and she was not forced to. Now you're almost forced to go g4. So g4 played. It's just important not to go king g6 after a check.
Yes.
It's important not to go king g6 after a check. But also king g6 is not the most natural move here. Maybe, wait, king g6, we already know h5 wins, right? If, let's say, you completely miss h5 and you move knight e1.
Yes.
Even then, it's fine for white because queen d5, knight e5, there is knight d3. Yeah, there is this trick,
captured,
knight
yeah.
d3. All right, g4, queen b7 played, queen d7 on the board, queens exchanged, and the endgame we have now is much better for black. The endgame we have on the board is much better for black. Also, it's move 33, which means we are reaching time control no problem. Each player
Yeah.
has 20 plus minutes. So again, it will be the game which will be decided after the time control. So far, no short games in this match. The shortest,
Yeah.
surprisingly, was the first game, which was draw after the right after the time control. 97. Yeah, but it is like really bad. Almost -2, -1.8.
Yes.
Say knight d2 and
Knight e5.
knight e5. And I'm thinking the problem is like f3, you just trade everything.
Just to go to the
Yeah,
king and
you
pawn
just
endgame.
trade everything, you go
And the
c4. Yeah, it's actually any move is winning, so it doesn't mean, it doesn't make sense
Yeah.
to analyze. c4 winning, h5 winning, king f6, like anything. Right, so there is no f3. There is e4 after knight e5.
King
e4 and then
f6.
just king f6. Yeah.
Yes.
And white slowly kind of runs out of moves. I guess already no move because king f1, knight f3 again.
Yeah,
Game
yeah.
over. Game over.
And knight f3 is very easy move.
Yeah,
to
very
find.
very natural move. So it's not like you understand you have this like potentially very strong passed pawn, so you are very happy to trade the knights anytime. Yeah, it's 92 is bad. 91 same. 91, 95.
King F1, you have
King
to.
F1, yeah, king. But
King
then you
F2.
just, I guess, try to go to D5.
Yes.
Like king F6, king E2, king E6.
And maybe you cannot stop me to put my king on E4 even.
Yeah, knight G2, king
King
D5,
D5.
yeah, knight F4, king
King
E4.
D4.
I mean, the still, it's not winning automatically, but it's very hard. Yeah,
Very
knight
hard.
H5,
Knight D7. I
knight
think.
D7, yeah.
Yes,
And then maybe it does win automatically because yes, you go
Yeah.
C3, you go king F3, and you go into white's position, collect everything. Whoa,
Wow.
this is a big difference, right? Like, would this game be? It may still be a draw somehow, but like less and less chances. But if Tan would not play this H4 and let's say hold this game, then still 6 more games, only +1 to, let's say, to recover. Now with +2, it will be much harder, much harder for her to come back. And also, yeah, like losing the white game, it will be the first time in this match that somebody
Yeah.
loses a game with white, if this happens. Yeah, black's play is so easy now. Like just 95 and bring the king into the center.
Yes. The once I played a game with knight and pawns, I'm the side to defend. It's like I have knight and 3 pawns. My
Mhm.
opponent has knight and 3 pawns, and the pawns are all just like G3, G4, and maybe B3, B4, and somewhere I don't remember. And actually, a lot of moves are forced to play.
Mm-hmm.
Just like he played king, let's say he played king e5. I have the move like king e3, king d3, or knight h5, knight e2. A lot of choices, but only one makes a draw, and I have to find a lot of moves, even
Yeah.
if only 3 pawns. Because when I first goes to the position, I think I will easily get the draw, but actually it's very hard.
Yeah,
to-
even like with limited material. Yeah, absolutely
Yes.
right. So here, like,
Here we
one
have
thing that
7,
matters,
6 pawns.
and we will see, yeah, I mean, first of all, a lot of pawns, but we will see relatively soon that, like, the moment black king gets to like e5,
Yeah.
d5, it's very hard. It's actually similarities with pawn endgames,
Yes.
where like the activity of the king matters a lot. Now the engine gets a little bit deeper and says after knight e5 it's -4.
Yeah.
So it is like too much.
Yes.
If knight e5.
Actually, I think
You know why? Well, this is beautiful. Because you're in a Zugzwang. If you want to go king f1, actually, if black doesn't play the strongest move, white might be okay after king e2. So strongest move
Yeah.
is knight f3.
knight f3.
Speculating on this exchange.
Oh.
White cannot exchange, goes to b1, and then you go b4. And you arrest this knight, and it cannot
Oh.
move. So that's a beautiful pattern. And then white is too late. Like white goes king e2, you go king f6, and knight d2 already impossible.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Knight d2 because you will, I guess, you will just like take,
Take
go king e5.
Yes, I have an
and
a5 in the
yeah,
future.
a5
yes.
tempo. Yeah. King
Yes.
d3, king d4,
D5.
whatever. Yeah, king d5. You can wait. Yeah, eventually get to like an extra pawn simply.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so brutal, I think.
Yeah, knight f3 just wins
Yeah.
the game. So that means if black plays knight e5 now, white doesn't have, and it's not even like you don't have a move. You will not have a move ever. So like knight
Yes.
e5, you have a3, and black plays a5, for instance. Right? Black plays maybe a waiting move.
Yeah.
So basically your both pieces are stuck. Like you move the knight, black goes knight f3. You move the king, black goes knight f3. Right? Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh wait, maybe you actually have to move the knight. So if I go knight
Maybe.
b1, knight f3, maybe knight c3 at least to escape somewhere.
At least not losing by force.
Yeah, not losing, so the knight is not getting arrested. Maybe your best chance, yeah. But still, and then black somehow just goes knight, king f6, e5, I guess. Maybe with the
Yes.
king on e5, you again have before king e4 ideas.
Yes, yes. If you go knight d5, king e5, knight c7, I think it's too much.
Probably c4.
C4,
is,
yes.
Well, actually, yeah, c4 wins, but king d6, and I guess you cannot take, maybe? If you take, it's b4. No, what? I don't know, king c6 even.
Ah,
I
and you
don't
want to
quite
go.
understand what it is. So that's somehow trapping the knight, or some knight b8, king c7, knight check, king b6, knight b8, knight e5.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, these are maybe not the easiest lines, but it shows how dominant black's position is. That sometimes you can just sacrifice the pawn. So the king side is so bad that white is
Yeah.
up a pawn on the king side and cannot do absolutely anything. Cannot do absolutely anything.
Even seems like white has a pawn on the king side, but black controls the king
Yeah,
side.
yeah, but black. Yeah, in some lines we were showing like the king, black king goes through the king side and wins the game. Yeah. Well, knight e5 is kind of important though, because king f6, black is still winning, I guess, but f3 is something that white can. Well, actually, maybe for human play, how afraid are we of f3? Like computer says knight e5 is like the best, king
Yeah.
f6 is the second best because f3. The f3, king e5 still looks completely winning, to be honest.
Yes.
King e5, king d5, c4 also
And
looks
knight e?
completely winning. Yeah, eventually you will play knight e5. Maybe h5, you will spend time to
Yeah,
go
yeah.
h5. Yeah, so it's not only it's like winning tactically after knight e5 in a beautiful way, but also the position is just terrible. The position is just terrible. But this is a beautiful trick. Yeah, like knight
Yeah,
f3 and
And
before, and
yeah.
just like completely paralyzing all the all the white pieces. Completely paralyzing all the white pieces. And I guess then you play almost like a pawn endgame, even if white doesn't go knight d2.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because I thought like maybe white can run with the king all the way to c4, and then you go king d6, and white is in the zugzwang. It has to
Yes,
go
still,
back, and
yeah.
you go.
I will
Yeah, so
show
this
it
is
to-
the line we are talking about. Yeah, knight
Yes.
f3 and before king goes, king goes.
let's
Yeah,
say, for
no, without
example-
exchange. No, look, I mean, white goes king d3, for
Ah,
instance.
you mean
Yeah, like activating
Ah,
the king, and you just go king d6.
yes, yes.
And then you run out of moves, right?
Yeah.
If h5, you have king c6.
I have or
Yeah, yeah, like infinity.
Yes,
You just wait,
100
and then
waiting
eventually
moves,
white
yeah.
goes king d3. You go king d5, right? And
Yes.
he goes back again, and you
And
go
I-
forward again.
again, yes.
King d1, king d3.
King d3. Wow.
This is whoa. This is so terrible.
Yes.
This is so brutal.
And if you go some a3, I just go a5. Yes.
I guess, yeah. Because also king b5. Oh wait, king b5
But maybe king-
here.
But sorry, a3 knight e5 checkmate.
Aha! H5 was also not very
Whoa,
clever from
yes.
me. H5 was also not very clever from. And you know what? I thought it's funny because I thought for a brief moment I thought maybe knight d2, ba, but then you
Yes.
go king c3 and stop the pawn and
yes,
checkmate
king
in one. So you see, you have guys, you have very qualified commentators. We know some openings, we can calculate some lines. The only weak spot we do not see checkmate in one.
Yes.
Right, this is funny. King to f6 played by Wenjun, which is good enough. Not as, let's say, not as decisive, but still very, very understandable move.
Yes.
Else he just chose to bring the king to e5.
Still, we need to say, if you go 95, you still need to find after f3 this pawn endgame is winning.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you will choose king f6 instead
Yeah,
of
king
knight
f6
e5.
is kind of almost like, remember we were talking the other day about like you first do things that you're sure
Yeah.
have to be done. So for the end game, it's not specific moves, it's more of a like I want my king in the center no matter what, right? And
Yes.
this is how you come to this conclusion that, yeah, okay, I will bring my king in the center and then I will decide. Maybe knight goes to f6, e4.
Yes.
Maybe it goes to e5, f3. Yeah. So, and also, yeah, like if black gets king d5 and c4, game over again.
Yes. Maybe I just don't need to move my knight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just an alternative way of winning, converting this one.
Yeah. So what if white go f3? Because according to the engine, we
Yeah, it was like the best chance, and I don't. Yeah. Wait a second. F3 has a threat of e4, so black also has to be careful. Like if you just like say go h5 instead of king e5, then e4, and it's almost equal, strangely,
well,
because white
exchanging-
manages to exchange a lot of pawns.
Yes. But
So after e4, oh sorry, after f3, king e5.
Yes. Because
Now-
now e4 I can take with f takes e4. This is
Yeah, yeah,
I think
fe4, and like this is just
hopeless
winning.
for yes.
fe4, knight e4, and wait a second. It's also a bit tricky, by the way. King d4 is like
King d4 is
king
bad.
d4 wins for sure, because now like white still cannot take g4,
Yes.
and king f2 you take, and I guess right, king f2 you just go knight
Knight
e5.
e5, maybe,
Yeah,
yeah.
you just go knight e5.
Also, I think take and then knight.
Yeah, maybe
e5 is
take
also
knight e5
winning,
and
yeah.
some c4 in the right
Yeah,
moment
yeah.
also wins. Yeah. But yeah, you're right. f3, king e5. Let's say king f2, maybe trying to get closer to this side of the board.
I think black will go king d5,
King d5 allows e4.
but
F takes
takes
e4, and they take on g4.
actually this is what I think totally winning for black. Actually, when I first
Yeah, because
see
two
the
connected
game.
pass pawns, and computer claims this to be a draw, believe it or not. King d4, even
Yeah,
getting even closer. King e2,
c4.
c4. Yeah, pawn takes, pawn takes. And it holds it. I was thinking, how do you hold the c pawn? It's knight f1. Let's say c3, knight
Yeah.
e3, and probably this setup cannot be broken.
Yeah.
And then it will give you checks. Knight c2, knight e3, knight c2, like all the time. It's also like, it's very easy not to see this with white,
Yeah,
by the way.
yes.
Like to miss completely and to think, yeah, this is lost. But believe it or not, yeah, it looks completely winning, but if you allow e4, apparently it's a draw. So after king f2, like maybe one move that, like there are a few winning moves, but the one that I understand like keeps control over position is knight f6.
Yes.
Knight f6, and then e4 is no longer an issue. Fg4, you always take fg4. Okay, here maybe you have something, yeah, but fg4,
F4,
just
yes,
like to keep everything under control.
Yes.
And after knight
Good enough.
f6, I think you are actually threatening to go king d5 and c4.
Yeah.
So maybe this is the way. And again, if both white pieces are too far, you will also have knight h5 at some point.
Ah,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah,
This
like
is
if
also
let's say if
beautiful,
white
yeah.
is in time to block the c pawn somehow,
Yes.
yeah, like you
For
go
example,
maybe,
you go
yeah, something like this, like knight h5 will be the thing at some point. Right. So yes, it is decisive advantage for black, but there are still moves to be found. There is still precision needed from Wenjun. We tried f3, we did not try e4 for white. E4 because it doesn't make sense, you just take and you win bajillion tempi.
Like
95 would be transposition, but fe4 is like even simpler, you just take on e4.
Yes.
Knight e4, king e5, the knight actually cannot go inside anywhere. Wait, but it's the same thing, f3, king d4 is important, right?
Yes.
It's actually the same line, f3, king e4. But I guess she will find it. Knight endgames are mostly, like as you said, factors are the same, passed pawns, activity of the pieces, and also a lot of like double attacks.
Yes.
So it's like relatively simple tactic. Yeah. Double attack here, double attack there. Now, well, Zhongyi still has 20 minutes. So, well, I guess here it's not about the time, but
yes,
like even like with 2 hours, you would not find a good move. Okay, another question. If I go f4 in position on the board, how, let's say, scared are we of f4? Like as an idea, I understand it's probably not great, but my point is, of course, like f4, e4 next move.
Yes. Let's say, for example, I go king e6. If you don't go e4 after knight f6, it's just
of course, resignable.
Yes.
So king e6, e4, and then, wow. So I'm not surprised fe4 winning, right? fe4, knight e4, king d5.
Yes.
But computer said that black is still better after knight f6. I do not know if I believe it. e5, knight h5. Probably it's too much. No, it's... well, actually, it thinks more and says black is actually winning. I guess at some point you will be able to go with the king.
Yes.
And if white starts going e6, then you stop it, like knight g7, return with the king. But of course, nobody needs this. I'm sorry, but if this happens after e4, you just take. And knight takes. So white improved the structure, of course. White improved the structure. The f4 pawn is good, but well, actually, king d5 you kind of need to go. c4 would miss a win.
Okay. C4 will give
C4,
white time to
b takes, king f2,
E3,
and now king d5, king e3.
Yes.
All right. So first you go king d5. First you go king d5, and this is bad now because 92 you also can like c4 wins now, but also king d4. Like I don't know. In positions like this, I cannot stop activating because I would go king d4, king d3. Yeah, but this is like relatively easy to say that this is winning. And wait a second, and f4 was actually played. f4 was actually played. Now, what's characteristic about this position is actually next moves are forced, more or less. So if black doesn't play king e6, white almost has an equal position. After king e6, if white doesn't play e4, white resigns after knight f6. Yes. Right, e4 now, okay, this computed knight f6 move doesn't make sense, so of course black has to take on e4. And white has to take on e4 because it's a pawn, and then black goes king d5. Believe it or not, but if black doesn't go king d5, it's actually, again, maybe not winning at all.
Yes.
If you don't play king d5, king f2, king e3 happens very fast. Yeah, c4 takes, computer just says it's equal. King f2, king e3. Yeah, because c pawn is stopped.
Yes.
White has his own passed pawn.
And you even cannot play some like knight c5 after I exchange it. It's winning for white.
Yeah,
the
it's
pawn
actually,
endgame,
it's
yes.
actually, yeah, white's. All right. F4, king e6, already played.
And e4 also played.
E4 also played. Wait, what is she? I mean, Zhongyi, she's planning for something. I don't think she's planning to. Maybe king f2 after fe4. Can this be right? King f2, king
But
d5,
king d5 is
king e3,
knight f6.
knight f6.
I don't believe.
There is
this,
no because like I thought maybe it's some sort of Zug's one, which it is, but white is running out of moves, right?
Yes.
It's not black, it's white who's running. Black actually has like c4 maybe if needed. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
So knight e4 already played. King d5 played immediately. King d5 played immediately, and it's hard to actually. I don't even know what to suggest because it's like from this point on, it should be pretty straightforward. Here, it's even hard to think like what could be your chance, right? What could be your chance? It's you're not exchanging enough pawns. No. This is just like lost completely.
I think it's just a hopeless position.
And also, like, I realized something very important. One very important difference from pawn endgame. Like, let's say, after knight f2, knight f6, the f pawn is not going anywhere.
Yes.
So up to the point that maybe you can go like king d4 all the way to collect these guys.
So maybe it's worse.
Yeah, in this case, maybe it's it's definitely worse. Like, if it was the pawn endgame. Maybe white would like say play king f2, stop the c pawn, and be okay.
Yes.
Knight goes to. She just played the move.
Knight f2.
Yeah, knight f2.
And I think knight f6. Well.
Knight f6. Yeah, like anything that doesn't blunt the g4 pawn, which is both knight f6 or h5.
Yes.
Wins comfortably. So knight f6. There is no reason not to play knight f6. But look at Wenjun. She almost like lying in her chair.
Yes.
Again, I remember we talked day one that they have different chairs, right?
Yes.
So Wenjun has the rolling chair, and maybe part of it is this like rolling chairs that sometimes you can like almost lie on the board.
Yes. And sometimes you can.
On the opposite, you come like this, like very close, and you're sitting very high. Yeah.
Yes.
So I prefer rolling chair next time I play the World Championship. Knight f2. Yeah, one thing I understand, like you may be tempted to like go c4 or no. I'm not tempted to go c4.
Yes,
I'm trying to explain to myself like why would you think in this position?
Yes.
Because knight f6 is so natural. And I'm thinking maybe you're looking for, let's say, a forced win after c4, but it doesn't make much sense, to be honest. Right?
Yes.
c4. Yet moreover, it doesn't win. Even if it does win, why would you, like, say, risk by like creating difficulties? And also, it doesn't really win because after c3, white has knight. No. After c3, white goes king f3. Okay.
Yes, and knight e3 next move. Yes, no reason you.
Yeah, there's no reason. Like even if you are faster in situations like this. First of all, after knight f6, white is not running at all, right?
Yes.
So white to show that you're faster, your pawns are faster. After knight f6, there is no race.
And after knight f6, also black don't need to confuse with anything about on king side. If you go knight g4, king f3, h5 is just winning. Yeah. Of course, now knight f6, then c4 is also winning, but. when you see h5, it just means white has no more any
no tricks,
no counterplay.
nothing. Yeah,
Yes, no
exactly.
tricks. And
there isn't even. Yeah, you almost. I want to say you almost don't have to calculate. Knight
Yeah,
f6.
yes.
Okay, king f1, for example.
King d4,
King d4, king
Yes.
e2.
king c3, I think, or maybe
King
maybe
c3, king
here.
e3. This is
Yeah.
what I was thinking.
Yes, here maybe it's time for black to
be clever.
yes.
Because, yeah, like, okay, if we go c4, b takes, b takes. For example, king d2,
c3, I think.
c3, king c2.
King e3.
Yes,
Yeah.
king e3, and you just go this direction,
Yes.
and you win the g3 pawn. Yeah,
Yeah, so
this is the easiest. This is the
easiest.
easiest.
Yes.
And maybe even if you wanted to improve on this line, maybe you first move the a pawn, let's say. With king on d4,
yeah.
like white cannot do much. White is just moving king d2, king e2, right?
Yes.
So maybe you like move the a pawn all the way to maybe a3.
Yeah.
And
Let's say something like this. Or maybe
I don't
here
even know if you need it, right?
Maybe it's too
Maybe
small,
it's worse. Yeah, maybe
yes.
it's worse. Maybe your pawn is good on a6.
Yeah, but maybe here white is in a too small.
King e2, you will also go king c3
Yes,
and
and
promote
then
this.
King
the
c2,
pawn.
king e3.
With the pawn on a3, the thing will be that they no longer can play king it. Anyway, knight f6, knight
Yes.
f6 on the board.
I will show it.
a3, like if king e2, now for sure you should be able to go king c3
Yeah.
and king b2
And
just promote faster.
just hopeless, yes.
Okay.
And then knight f6.
Knight f6, move 38, by the way. King f1, yes.
Yes.
King f1.
So king d4 will be played. Or maybe here c4 is also a
Yes,
very good move.
c4 is, she didn't play, she played king d4.
Yes, of course.
But also c4 with the idea to take with the king.
Yes.
Yeah, this is nice. c4, b takes, king takes, and then after king e2, I guess king b4 wins, but also you can do the same as in the previous line, go
Yeah.
to d4, move your pawns, distract the king, go to e3 and win
Yeah.
on the king side. So by the way, your prophecy that maybe like white has an extra pawn, but black is winning on the king side. Yeah,
Yes.
it actually is about to become true.
And this is very, very similar as what happened in the pawns endgame.
Yeah. Actually, you distract the king and then you go the other side. Yeah, exactly. So king d4, king e2 already played. Now Wenjun just needs to find a way.
Yes.
And yeah, but what's amazing that king c3, king e3
And
complicates matters a lot. You're still winning, I guess, but it is getting complicated. So now, for instance, the winning move is c4. If you go king b2, you no longer win.
and
c4,
BC,
b takes,
B takes.
b takes, b takes, yes.
Knight e4.
Knight e4, I guess. Yeah, knight e4, you trade, you go king d2.
And
We like promote, and I guess some. I mean, this is exactly what you don't want to do.
Yeah.
It's exactly
This
what you
gives
don't want
white-
to do. Yeah. And some queen c4 check, and it says +2, which can mean anything.
Yes.
Actually, can be a draw somehow. Yeah. This is not what you want to keep everything under control, and keeping it under control is like to make sure that white doesn't have a queen in this game.
Yes. And you know what?
h5.
Played h5.
h5 is actually a good move.
Very good move, I think.
h5 is a good move. So that's like just in case, like you will be able to move the knight later on. g4 is not hanging.
Yes.
After king d2, you still have your like c4 and stuff. Ah, wait, there is a nice thing in this position. So apart from winning with the passed pawn, after h5 king d2, you can win with knight e8 move. So what you want to do, you want to go knight d6 and go after a g3 pawn. Yeah, and after f5, you just go back.
Go back to take it.
You go back, yeah, you go back. Or maybe maybe knight f6 first, even.
Yeah, maybe knight. Yes.
Knight f6 first, and then c4, king
C4,
e5.
king e5,
This. So this is also one way to win without even like going c4.
Yes.
h5 is move 40, by the way, and Wenjun leaves the table, and usually she's very rarely does it, and when she does it, it's usually a sign she's very, very satisfied with her position.
Yes. Even if yesterday she has the winning position with the two pieces against the rook, she doesn't leave the table.
Yeah, she was seated. It was not time to relax because there were still some tricks from black. She needed to be like extra careful. Now, this is sort of a sign that I have everything under control.
Yes.
Yeah, how this match turned really from Zhongyi having very serious initiative and leading the match. So after game 2, it was 1.5-1.5, and then next 4 games, Wenjun wins 3.
Yes.
Well, she still has to like officially finish this one, but it's very little doubt that something will happen.
So actually, after the last FIDE,
She won both games.
Yes.
She wins both games.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay,
Well,
maybe because this time, this game, even though we reached the time control and like it can last for a little bit more, but maybe it's already a time for us to update on what's next in this match, right? What happens next? Tomorrow, the players, the organizers, the officials from FIDE, and us commentators, we all go to Chongqing, to the second city that hosts the match. The day after tomorrow, there will be an opening ceremony and so on and so on. So the match resumes, the game 7 will be played in 2 days, right? Which will be what? 13th of April, right? Is it right? Do I have it right? Yes, today is 10. So 11 and 12 will be,
right.
yeah. So 13th of April will be
the 7th round. Also, maybe when Tan Zhongyi go back to Chongqing, his home city, she will feel more comfortable and
at least like this match will go on, right?
Yes.
Because now, if it goes the way it goes, it can be finished like very fast.
Yes, but I need to mention Chongqing is a city with full of mountains, and Shanghai is so they are not in the same height.
So it can be even like physically something a little bit different. That's interesting. Well, Wenjun, though, she has experience playing in Chongqing.
Of course.
She has experience playing in Chongqing already 2 World Championship matches, right?
2 World Championship matches, and I think almost every year we have.
You have like league tournaments or something happens in Chongqing. Okay.
And the regular season of our Chinese league, it happens last 5 years are in Chongqing.
Mm-hmm.
So we have at least one.
Been there many times. Okay. Yeah, for those people who do not know, I do not know what Chongqing is, but at least I've done my research on internet. It's a big area, in fact, right? So Okay, you'll show me around,
Yes,
but
I will
it's
show
a
you
huge
around.
it's a huge place. Like if like what is considered like Chongqing, the city, you stay in one district and the other one can be 100 kilometers away, and it's
Yes,
still
yes.
the same, technically the same city.
And you know there is a very fun fact in Chongqing. Uh, when you come to Chongqing, this city, and you go upstairs, you go a lot of upstairs, and after maybe 30 minutes walk from, you go from the first floor, 30 minutes walk, and then you come to another first floor.
No, no, you were going up, 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 and there is still like
Yes, there
nice.
was another first floor. Yes, maybe because in Chinese it's very funny, but
No, 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 but
yeah,
I
but
understand. No, this picture is when you have, you know, a train going through
yeah,
a
yeah,
living
yes.
building, and also on like floor number 7 or something. Yeah,
Yes, yes,
that's
yes.
incredible. Wait a second.
And Zhongyi tries
A4.
A4.
Yeah, and A4. Okay, now, like everything, literally any move is winning.
Yes, but I think she must have some tricks here.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Like I think A4 you only play if you like have some trick in mind. Like what can I say? What can I see that unlike in the previous line, now King C3 is also like winning by huge score. So
Yes.
yeah, like okay, AB5, AB5, let's say. Now King E3, you just take, right?
Yes. And
You
94,
just take,
I can
and
95.
94. You can also trade, I guess. C4. Why is it so different? C4, F5. Now it's like it's huge evaluation. So now if Queen Queen happens,
Can I have some forcing trade queens?
yeah, this is what I'm thinking. Like, can it be that it? Queen E1,
King D4.
King D4, Queen B4.
Ah, sorry.
But King
King
D5. Okay.
queen
Again,
choice,
like something that easy for computer and probably humans. Even this position would be avoided. But
Yeah.
Queen G3, of course, is winning.
Yes.
Queen G3 is winning, and still, I don't know. Maybe it's because of kind of old school, but still, I would like not to have the queens.
Of
Like
course.
seriously, like.
Yes.
I understand this is winning and it's not much technique required because 2 pawns and you're
Yes.
always threatening to exchange. But somehow, yeah, your opponent has the queen. He has chances,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Without queens, I'm much more comfortable, kind of. But you can still do the same old trick that we discussed. Take on A4, go C4, and after King D2, go C3.
Yes. And King E3.
King, yeah, King C2, King goes to E3, and yeah, and it's winning. Yeah, I'm just like clicking through this line to see if white has any tricks. And to be honest, I don't see.
Yes. And maybe even you cannot use your knight to exchange with G pawn. Maybe. For example, you go knight D3, King F3, King C3. I
C3.
take. And actually,
Yeah, it's
I
not
have
easy to like. It's not even winning the knight. It's promoting. Yeah.
Yes.
You will take H4, go back to G3,
Yes.
and just push the H pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's maybe the easiest way to describe how black wins. Yeah.
So, how can we find a move which black cannot win the game?
Yeah, maybe. To be honest, it's hard here.
Yes,
It's hard here because, for example, B4 also wins. B4, yeah, because then you will go C4 and it's
Yes.
the same motif. You will create the passed pawn and then come back to the
Sure.
king side.
yes, you go here.
I guess too active simply, like everything is in black's favor. C4 wins, BA4,
B4.
BA4, C4 wins, King C3 wins. mean, you can always find, if you look long
Yeah.
enough, you can always find stupid move, but like anything reasonable wins. Anything reasonable wins. 94 doesn't win, but okay. 94 is a little bit too much.
Yes.
So let's see. No. Wenjun. They actually have half an hour added to their clock, by the way. Let's not forget, this is not the time trouble as it looks. So players can spend more time to kind of calculate what to do. The thing is, this is not such a hard position. Like sometimes, like some previous games where there was a lot of pieces, or this was this like rook endgame, we could comfortably say like, let's go on a break. And so here I'm a little bit afraid because this game can finish any time. So I think our duty is to just stay and watch this one, unless like something really happens. But yeah, I don't think you sing here for half hour because I can just like decide which of the ways you're going. I guess BA4, C4 is the most straightforward. Can you still do 98? Yeah, it kind of wins, but you don't need to.
Yes. So I think I tries to find a move, but I cannot win. If I go C4 here.
Yeah, it's good.
And AB5, of course, I think AB5 is winning, but maybe you go CB3 and then
CB3,
BA6.
BA6, yeah, and then you don't win.
Yeah, this is the way black not win the game.
Yeah.
And after both players
promote, you have the queen. Sorry, you have the perpetual, but not more than the perpetual. But this is way too artificial, right? You have to play like really strange move BC3. Yes. If we, CB3 rather, yeah, CB5, CB3, B8, BA6. If you insist on trying to stop, you can actually lose, because now A7, no, A7 is still a draw, 91.
Yeah,
91 actually wins for white already. Because after all, white does have an extra pawn in this position. But
but this will never happen.
This, of course, will never happen. Okay, let's see.
But actually, it is really makes sense why Wenjun takes a lot of times here to try to find which way she can win. Because maybe when you find every way you can win, you will confused.
You're right. I think we were talking this the other day, that sometimes when you see and it seems every move is winning and your opponent continues playing, you start to kind of look for like, what does she like? Maybe she sees something that I don't see. Like, what is happening, right? So here in particular, indeed the position is too simple to any sort of magical tricks to happen. But yeah, sometimes it can be a more complex position and still everything is winning and you get confused by yourself by simply looking too much. Yeah, seriously, I cannot find any trick. I guess if you want, let's say, the fastest win, you take on A4. Maybe if you want the boring win, you go C4.
Yes.
Now wait, C4, BC4. Can we take on A4? Yes, we can. Yeah, BA4.
Yes, I think no reason I cannot take on
C5.
c5, I think I can.
I mean, a3 also wins.
Yes,
Right?
but okay, I just take on c5.
Yeah, you just take on c5.
And I just give up my pawn
and you do the same. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
but this is what I was talking about. So
Yeah.
then look, c4, bc4. No, not bc4. c4, ab5, ab5,
bc4.
bc4, and just to take with the king maybe, or no, to take with the
Still-
king is again some king e3 and maybe some f pawn contemplate.
Yes, but I think still I just go for
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
just take with the pawn and
do the same thing.
do the same thing. And actually, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely the same thing. You take g3 and you take h4 also.
Yes.
And you take h4 also. Yeah, it's even hard to imagine what can one move here. Yeah, it feels like in this position one move is not enough not to win.
Yeah.
Like precisely in this position, you need to play like two. Okay, knight e4 doesn't win, but that maybe is the only one. Seriously, the king is so good. Okay. Speaking of stupid moves, if I go back to d5, okay, but this is impossible. Yeah,
Yes.
this is impossible, of course. Yeah, I'm literally trying to find moves that are not winning. They're not too many.
Yeah.
In this position, if you take all legal moves, all moves that are allowed by rules of chess, there is more moves that winning than not winning.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. And I think by let's say the speed Tan has played a4 and so on, she will continue the game relatively fast, right?
Yeah.
Oh, because also there is not a lot of tricks left. I think just Wenjun wants to make absolutely sure that like I have everything under control and so on. Wait, and after b4, king d2,
c4.
c4.
Or maybe I go a5 first. In the way.
Maybe you can go a5.
Maybe
yeah,
after
a5
is
is
just a
fine.
win.
Yeah. a5, king. Wait, I cannot move the king now.
Or maybe you can. Maybe you can.
King e2.
King 2. Okay, I just go c4.
c4, bc4.
I go b3 first.
You can go b3.
Yes.
Right. Even so, it's even worse. Like, and then king c4, and
Yes.
you can distract the king, go to the king side, but also you can first take a4. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is again just too many things. And now we have zeros on, you see, on Wenjun's time display, but this is wrong. This will be updated. Sometimes I think this particular app that we are analyzing chess games, it works in such a way that when she will play the move, it will update
Yes.
the clock. So basically, it's move 41. There is no mistake. Wenjun did not lose on time.
Yes.
So the moment she makes her move 41, the clock will get updated and she'll get extra half hour. Yeah, I understand why you spend time, because it's like, after all, very, very important competition, right? It's a world championship match, and it's a difference of leading +1 or +2 in case something goes wrong. But at the end, yeah, you calculate some lines and you see that you're winning, but also by a huge margin. It's not like,
Yeah.
if I understand if it's a long line and you win by one tempo, then you always like double check and see if I have an alternative,
Yes.
maybe something more comfortable. So far, anything we looked at some point, you don't even have to calculate. You see, yeah, the black is like winning, and even if you would go here and there, like lose to tempo, you still be winning. This positionally incredible dominance. Yeah. So for Tan, it's absolutely crucial to spend this. Well, she will need to travel, but basically spend 2 games with two days without a game
Yes.
to somehow recover and put up a good fight in her city, the city of Zhongyi. But of course, to come back from -2 will be very, very hard task. Like, but by looking at Wenjun, I feel like she's calculating something, right?
Yes.
Which is, like, honestly, even like a little bit surprised how long can be your calculation. And remember, there was one line when both sides had queens, king c3. So that's the only line that I can imagine that you like really calculate long enough. The line with king c3 that I think we looked at, right?
Yes, maybe. Also, maybe she was trying to find. Have I got some?
Forced queen straight.
Yes, because if it happens, this is the most straightforward win.
Yeah.
Because
like,
white has no.
The game ends. Like,
Yes.
Yeah, the game ends.
Let's say for example, I have queen c4, and you have to go here, and after queen f1, and that's it. Or maybe if my pawn is on b6, it's just
like
a win.
check and then just like
and you
exchange
go
the queens.
exchange queen.
Takes and pawn takes.
Yeah. But unfortunately, it will not happen. It will be a queen and pawn endgame. So
Okay, and king c3 it is.
yes,
King c3 it is.
and it.
King c3.
Well, I think maybe it is the
ab5.
it is the position which white can
Maybe go on a
yes,
little
maybe
bit
go
with the queens, yeah.
Yes.
Even with this little little hope of stalemate, who knows?
Yes.
Actually, can we somehow invent this? I mean, this is hardly possible. But yeah, king to c3, ab. So, okay, there is, for instance, knight d3 move,
Yes.
where if you are a maximalist, if you don't, if let's say king b3, knight c5 for whatever reason is not enough, then computer says knight e4.
Yes, but I think knight e4 is really easy move to find here.
King e3, you go c4. Well, actually, you don't need to go c4. You can take the pawn
Yes.
and check. Now it's like too many things, right? So you win 2 pawns, and also the moment the knight moves, you go, it's too much. Yeah, this one is too much. Like g3, you could take on h4 as well, but
also,
this one's good. Yeah, everything. Yeah. Because I think f5 you got g3, right? Got g3.
And I will show this interesting checkmate, f6, g2, and both players promote.
Ah,
and
yeah, queen d4. It's
yes.
actually nice because I wasn't that brilliant. I was going knight g6 instead. But yeah, this is of course much
yeah,
more beautiful.
Yes.
I thought knight g6 stops the pawn, but this is a beautiful checkmate, right? Yeah, this also wins, but of course, yeah, you go g1 and queen d4 is a beautiful checkmate. Now I start to regret our decision not to take a break because this game goes on. Now Zhongyi all of a sudden starts spending time
Yes.
looking for some chances.
So maybe we can take a
Yeah, maybe like a very short break just to have some water,
Yes.
and come back. Yeah, please, please, this game stay on. We will be back very, very shortly. Welcome back to Game 6 of FIDE Women's World Championship match 2025. This is a last minutes of play in Shanghai, because that's the last game that is played in Shanghai, and the game is coming to an end. It seems that Wenjun needs like the minimal accuracy to convert her huge advantage. Right, so this was the position we left the game. Knight d3 was played, knight d3, knight e4, king e3. I think we were talking about this line already. Then, yeah, knight takes g3, c4 is also a win. I just realized that c4, it's a little bit tactical, but like not really, you don't really have to calculate, right? King e4, cd3, you just faster. And otherwise, yeah, b takes, knight moves, you take g3. That's also one way to win, because similarly with zero counterplay for one.
Yes, and for example, if you go knight c1, knight g3, and after knight e2, I can exchange on the king d4. And
king d4, and there is no, like, pawns are not running.
Yes.
You're just safely collected.
Okay.
Yeah. So after knight e4, king e3, still, yeah. And again, I'm tempted to say any move wins, which probably is true. But still, you want to be precise, yeah. And what was, this was the beautiful line that you found. Knight takes g3, knight c5, to give a check, and after king e4 to take. And then f5, g3, f6, g2, f7, g1. And after f8, queen d4 is a checkmate.
Yes.
Okay, while Wenjun is thinking, maybe we can try to conclude altogether this 6 game in Shanghai. 6 games in Shanghai. So I think we both agree that like it started with maybe Zhongyi having like some playing advantage.
Yes.
Right. So first game was a relatively easy draw for Zhongyi. Second game, she wins. Game 3, also from the opening, she didn't have any problem.
Yes.
Right, she didn't have any problem, and then like maybe a couple of like moves played too fast, not paying enough attention, and then Wenjun, it was a very long grind. This probably was the longest game of this match. Yeah.
Yes.
Wenjun wins, levels the score, wins in like 87 moves or something. Then the very next game, very next day, Zhongyi gets another chance, right?
Yes.
She has like a big advantage with white. Again, maybe plays a little bit too fast in crucial moments. And Wenjun escapes with the draw. And then another rest day, and then Wenjun looks unstoppable. She wins both games, 5 and 6, bringing the score to +2. And yeah, also each game she plays kind of more and more confident. Knight g3, knight c5, knight f5 on the board.
And this is the line
we were talking about, yeah. And like if you don't go king e4, it's like doesn't make sense, because after king f2, like still the capture on h4 wins, but also king b4 you can do, like so king e4 is the only move that at least puts some pressure.
Yes.
And then our line with knight h4, beautiful line, just wins. Yeah, and there's like absolutely nothing white can do after knight
Yeah.
h4.
Maybe the only thing I can consider is to play king e5 here.
Ah, so that you have this check, right?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe like king e5, and then yeah, maybe like you want f5, right? King
Yeah.
b4, I guess, is
And knight e4 is forced to move here, I think.
knight e4, and then can I just like take b3,
And
f5, and okay, this is. I mean, knight f5 wins. Let me tell you. Maybe
Yeah.
not so surprising, but again, maybe this is something that you do want to, let's say, do want to even enter. That knight f5, king f5,
Queen c2. I think.
relatively safe. Like any move wins. King c2 is maybe the most kind of the most pleasing move.
Yeah.
Like you know that this knight will not be able to give any fork.
Yes.
And then just b pawn and g pawn, one of them promotes. You know. Yeah, this is also.
Yes. For example,
This
let's
is
say
also-
this kind of move, I can go with g pawn.
Yeah.
So also I think king c2 is enough for win. I think.
Yeah, maybe not to take f5. Yeah, king
Yeah,
king c2. Yeah, after f5, let me see. King c2. Yeah.
still I think it's enough.
f6. You go.
b4, I think.
b4, f7, and somehow he will be running after your knight. So this is the way, like, you know, maybe not to win.
Yes.
It is still winning before the move before.
Yeah.
With pawn on b5, knight g6 check, and after
king
king f5, knight h8.
h8, yeah.
Or
Ah,
knight
yeah.
f8. Knight f8 also wins, but knight h8 is like, you know, even a little bit funny way of winning, because this knight,
Yes.
it's too long for white to go after this knight. So king g5, b4, king h6, b3, king g7, b2, king h8, b1.
Yes.
This should be relatively forcing, yeah. Check, king g7, and in this position g3. It's not the not the only move, but kind of the fastest, g3.
Yes.
But I think you normally want to avoid any stuff like this where white is getting like pawn too far.
Yes.
So and this means actually for white this is maybe the best chance, like to try to go king e4 and king e5.
Because otherwise, if you don't go king e4, king e5, for example, you go king f2, knight h4, then any move you played, I can just go back knight f5, and you will never have any counterplay.
Yeah, there is no pawn to play, and then
And king b4
collect the
or
b3 pawn. Yeah, actually, before moving any of your pawns, you can go king b4, take b3, then go all the way back to collect a 4 pawn.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is too much. Yeah, so king e4, king e5 is maybe last slight chance, at least, to imitate some fight. King 4. Yeah, I'm thinking from black's perspective, after king e4, maybe then g3 is easier.
Yes.
g3, king f3, king b4. and knight e4, king
b3,
b3, knight g3.
I take your knight.
We just take,
Yes.
and
King
king
c4.
c4.
Yes, this is what I want to play.
Yeah, it's some other line. But this also is like almost like only winning move in this position.
Yes.
King c4 on king b4, which is funny. King b4 also wins.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that means like we are not running with the pawns. We actually just want to stop the white pawn.
Yeah.
Okay. Twenty 24, almost 24 minutes from Zhongyi. Yeah, now she spends time, but here it's even hard to explain. Like,
Yes.
I understand no one wants to resign the game, but at least like here it's really only moves that make sense.
Yes.
Right. Use king e4. And again, maybe we recall this game as well. So there was few stages, right? So if we like click through this game,
Yes.
I think maybe first move 10 after e3 maybe. That black decided to take, and this is something we didn't like originally.
Yes.
Because like it seemed that you keep the pawn on d4.
Actually, I think this is only because Wenjun chose the style she think, which is much more
Safer,
safe
right?
and
Yeah.
Yes. Again.
And then white actually got some slightly more pleasant position, or
Yeah.
could get slightly more pleasant position. And then on move 17, it was this critical moment where bishop f6 had to be played.
And actually,
white
this
would
is
be slightly better, maybe.
Yes.
Well, at least more pleasant position. After bishop b2, knight e4, tables turn, and it's actually black who has the advantage.
Yes, and actually, I think this bishop f6 move is a very important experience.
Yeah, it is like almost like instructive. Yeah.
Yes, and after knight e4, this game just goes to black,
Yeah,
who
in
wants
black's
to
favor. Yeah, absolutely.
And then
b5, f5, all played like brilliant.
yes, also
Knight d3, g5, great move.
Still
And then
brilliant.
after knight e1, c4 would almost win, but Wenjun played bishop f6.
Yes.
So that was like almost equalizing.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is the only mistake Wenjun made.
Yeah,
today.
maybe that's the only mistake, the only real mistake that Wenjun made in this game. And then later moves were played correctly up to the point of, queen h5 was good, queen e8 was good, all that, queen a8, right? Or no, knight f3.
yes,
And knight f3, maybe not a big mistake still, but yeah, ideally white had to play queen a8. Knight f3, h6, right?
Yes, and then knight
f6. Knight f6
yes.
was clever, yes, queen a8.
Make some
h6,
tricks
and then the big mistake, not obvious, but the big mistake happens to be h4.
Yes.
h4, g4, and you don't have your knight h4 that was saving you in some other lines.
And then it goes to a totally hopeless knight and pawn.
Endgame, which now we see the end of it, so to speak. By the way, Wenjun has taken on h4, and yes, you were right, king e5 is what Zhongyi is trying.
Yes.
King e5. Now, wait, it says, like again, it says some really strange moves, like even like king c2, which I don't understand.
Yes.
I can go king b4, but can I go b4? So that just like my pawn is closer to the promotion square.
I think I can explain why king c2 is a move, because after king c2, f5, take, and g3 is
you go away from, yeah, so that then king c2 maybe is a clever move, because you have a threat. You have a threat to go g3, right.
But if king c2, white go knight e4,
it's just the same as king
same,
b4,
yeah.
right.
So
yeah, then it's fair enough. It's all the same. Yeah, actually, it seems that this variation will be played this way or another, because I also see that computer says knight f3 is winning, but it is winning because after king d5 you return back to h4 and return to the same line. Yeah, maybe that's like one last moment to calculate for Wenjun, just to be super precise. b4, f5, king c2. That's sort of the same thing.
yes.
And then after knight e4, you can take on f5. Yeah. If you don't want to show this brilliancy with knight h8 that we've seen, you probably should just like take on f5 and take on b3. But again, in a way, you can still say that Zhongyi managed to find like one sharp line from what was left. Yeah, it's like unlikely that this will save, but from what is left, it's the only sharp line, the only line with tactic, the only line that if black makes a mistake, she can actually save the game.
Actually, I want to know why we mentioned king b4, knight e4, king b3, f5, and the b4. I remember we thought f6, king c2 is a draw.
Yeah.
But actually, I'm not sure. Because knight g6, king f6, knight f8.
I think king e7, right?
Yes, because first I think knight h7 is a draw. Yes, winning by force, but missed
I think
knight
g5.
g5. Yeah, so still black should be
minimally careful.
Yes. And Zhongyi managed to find something to give
some tactical, yes. Something tactical.
Give black some chance to make mistakes. And no surprise, Wenjun goes for the most common move, king b4 and king b3.
I no longer see what else can you do apart from f5. Well, king f6 is something computer tells to do, but then king c2, king g5, I think you can get, no, wait, you cannot go b4 now. Before it's king, you can, king h4, b3, the pawn promotes still.
Yes.
So even like this, yeah?
I will show it.
Knight d6,
b2.
No, knight d6.
No.
b2, knight c4. No. Knight c4 is dangerous. You go king d3.
And
knight b5, and I think you just go to
b2 first.
King maybe b2. Yeah, b2. No, wait. Not maybe. b2 doesn't win.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Wait. So the only actually I managed to create again some stupidity. King e4 is the only winning move here. And then if king g3, now you go b2.
Wait a second.
I don't understand anything as well.
Yes.
Wait.
I think I know. If you go b2,
if you go b2 first, knight a3,
king e4, and knight c4.
Beautiful. Let's show this. Yeah, b2, knight a3 is already a draw because you have to stop the f pawn now.
Yes.
You have to go king e4. You have to go king e4, and then knight c4 trick works. Knight c4 trick works, and This is it.
And
Like
that's
B1 knight. B1, yeah.
Yeah, but
Doesn't
sorry,
matter.
I cannot
Doesn't matter.
promote
Yeah,
to a
yeah.
knight.
Doesn't matter. Okay.
Still, I think if I B1 knight, it's not over yet. White
Maybe.
still,
Maybe white is still in a bit of trouble.
yes.
So yeah, then maybe king f6 is something to complicate matters.
Yeah, but I think
There should be like much cleaner way than king c2. Yeah, after king f6.
like maybe. Well,
I guess you can force exchange of a knight for the pawn by going knight g2. King
yes.
g5, just take on f4 and go king c2. We already seen it. That that's too many pawns.
yes, and this king on c2 against the knight on e4
It's
is
a perfect position for the king. Yeah.
yes,
So it makes sure that the pawn goes all the way to b1.
yes, and if you goes to exchange this pawn with knight, this is hopeless.
Yeah.
You cannot take on h5, and I can take and give my king back on king side.
Right. Yeah, but it's crazy how absolutely out of nowhere Zhongyi manages to find some chances. Even if it's just a slight chance, but still.
Yes.
Knight g3. Now for sure you can go king c2, right?
Yes, I think it's too long to take on h5, and then actually you take h5 is not
not helping. This b
yes.
pawn was not running anywhere. Yeah. I mean h5 was not running anywhere. It's b pawn and g pawn that wins for black.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's true. That's just. Let's see. Let's see what she tries. f5 is not a bad try, but then black takes on f5 and just goes king c2 again, and the b pawn's marching, and the other one was king f6.
I think king f6 seems more challenge for
black,
For black,
right?
yeah.
But also, like, if you think, do we really believe that king f6 can make a draw? So that like you have one passed pawn left and
Yeah.
you make a move in front of your passed pawn. Right?
yes.
So there can be a trick, but objectively we have to understand that this is just playing for tricks. That there's no chance. And indeed, king f6 is played. So the trickiest move again. And what was the way? When I went after this, no. Remember, there was one way I didn't win. When I go king c2 and after king g5,
If I go knight,
I think I went before, and this was problematic. Yeah, if you go knight f3,
king h5.
king h5 before, you just win.
But actually, this is just a win on time. If white get a
One more tempo,
is
yeah.
a draw.
So
If I
it's
can
look,
do
king g4, b3,
b3,
knight d6, and knight d. Wow, this is not a win at all. Like knight d2, computer says it's winning, so I know it's winning. But do you really want to like play like
Yes.
that? Knight d2, and then after knight b5,
game still
you
playing
will
on.
go b2, and probably king b3 or something, or knight c4, right?
I think
I mean
knight C4,
f5,
yeah, knight C4.
knight c4.
Yes.
Yeah, king b3 also wins, but knight c4.
Yes.
But it's close, right? Like
Yes.
f6, b1, f7, one more tempo, and this is
Yeah.
it. Yeah. Wait
Let's
a
say,
second, and imagine. Okay, let's
say
let's do. You know what? Let's do.
the king.
Like to lose two moves for black. Like say white goes king g5, black goes. I mean, just get the king on g6.
and it's draw.
And I think, and maybe we can show
okay,
that this is, this.
I think we
And
have the same
then,
idea.
yeah, like black goes f6,
B1.
b1, knight a3 check,
Yes.
knight takes, and f7. And the knight is far away, right? And
Yes, I think it is a draw.
it can be, okay, let me check it. I have the engine after all. So here I'll just waste to tempi, then go f6. You can still win somehow without promoting, but if you promote b1, indeed it's a draw
It's
after
a
knight
draw,
a3, knight a3, f7. It's a study-like draw. So it's basically this idea that the pawn on f7 doesn't lose against the queen, because when the queen is getting closer, let's say, yeah, I don't know.
For example, like this.
Queen g1, yeah, the queen gets closer, check. King g8, queen g6, check, and like normally you would expect the king to go in front of the pawn, and then black like kind of
Yes.
brings his stuff closer, but king h8 saves after this check. Yeah, king h8 saves, and white again threatens to promote, and when you take, it's a stalemate.
Yes.
So we found it's like it's not happening in this game, obviously,
Yes.
but there are still tricks practically in every position. There are still tricks practically in every position, which is incredible. Wait a second. If I go knight f3 one move earlier, here, maybe this is the easy way. The easy in a sense that I don't have to calculate. Knight f3,
Yeah.
so I'm guarding, I'm not letting you play king g5. Yeah.
And
So
if
now
I go
f5,
f5,
h4, for instance. I was hoping to promote. Ah, wait, but I'm not. Yeah, g3, g2. This is how I want to promote, right? If let's say king g, I'm not
no,
even sure.
I think I cannot go to g5. You can with a
Ah,
check.
this will be with a check.
And I think that's it because if I go king e6, you can. do
Yeah, I
knight
have a
d4,
check, but also
yes.
maybe knight f2, g3, knight h3. This is how you stop the pawns.
And
But then I have a b pawn as well, right?
yes,
Ah, so knight d4 takes, yeah,
Yeah.
with this pawn, it's absolutely hopeless. And maybe that's what she does. She went knight f3, Wenjun. She went knight f3, so maybe she wants it this way. So the pawns stay alive. f5
F5.
played, yeah. So now, very logically, h4. On the board, yes, h4. g3 is a threat to just promote. It will be
Yeah.
unstoppable. So, yeah, and like you cannot really promote your pawn. Like king e7, for instance, black goes g3, you go f6, black goes g2, you go f7, and there is knight e5.
yes,
I imagine g1 queen also wins, but in a very long way maybe, but knight e5, yeah, and black just
and then,
wins immediately.
yes, this 95 is just finished immediately. But if you go g1 queen, maybe white has some tricks here.
Again,
I
yeah.
can go f8 queen, and seems like you thought queen e3, I just winning. If you go queen f5, I don't know, but maybe knight d2 wins. But here,
queen
white
f3.
can, yes,
The sad news, though, that probably black still wins.
Yes.
Like takes, and the king is too far. Like
yes.
some king, I don't know, c3, for instance. and,
Okay, maybe
maybe
h3
h3
first.
first, not to calculate anything. Yeah, probably
Yeah.
b4 wins, but h3 and then b4 also wins. Yeah, so it's harder and harder to come up with the lines where black doesn't win.
But actually, I really show my respect to Zhongyi. In such a position, she still
Still
finds
fights,
something.
yeah, still fights, still makes it kind of unpleasant, still forces the opponent to work for this full point.
Yes.
Because yes, like, as we agreed, like the moment black sacrifices the knight for the pawn, you can relax again. And now you
Yes.
know, like too many pawns, somehow they will promote, right? As long as white keeps this passed pawn, there is always some nervousness.
Yes.
Somehow there's some miracle and you're not in time and so on. Yeah, but I also like what Wenjun is doing. So to playing this with quite a bit of control. Yeah, king e7 is played. So now, I guess, yeah.
I guess we will see your 95.
Yeah,
in the
maybe,
last move.
maybe. Yeah, g3. There is nothing white can do, right?
Yes.
Oh, wait a second. Okay, I mean, f6,
Yes,
g2,
G2.
and I thought of some like knight d2 check, knight takes, and f7, queen. But first of all, it's winning, like, of course it's winning easily, but also there is queen c5.
Yes.
So this is not a real chance, right? This is not a real chance.
Yes. And g3 is on the board.
Yeah, no, it's, you can have all the time in the world, there is simply no more resources in this position.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's also interesting how, I think it's maybe the sign of today's time or modern times that people play a lot of like really lost positions, try to play till the very end.
Yes.
Right, because there was time that this would be considered even like that. There are some examples in history, like Ivanchuk and Swidler are known for this. That they would resign some positions that like spectators would think, was he really worse?
Yeah, yeah.
Right, and the guy resigns because he doesn't like the position. He calculated some line and it's bad, and indeed maybe he's right that his position is lost. Nowadays it's the opposite. Sometimes you think, what are you hoping for? But even if it's a slight chance, right? No game was saved by resigning too early.
Yes.
Right. So, yeah, and again, against Wenjun, this tactic didn't work so far. But against some weaker player, you played like maybe Zhongyi maybe will not get lost positions against weaker player.
Yes.
But even if she does, let's say out of maybe 5 games, she saves 1, and it's already like good,
Yes.
right, to continue.
And the benefits is when you play the 10 games, 5 games, I think you will achieve a draw or maybe a win like this.
Yeah.
But the bad things is you'd have to suffer in the game.
Yeah,
This is-
you also get like
Yes, some
playing
player
this kind of positions. It really depends on personality, because some people
Yes.
just cannot do it, right?
Yes.
Some do it and also save quite a few points. And maybe for an older audience, or maybe somebody will be interested to check, FIDE world champion Ruslan Ponomarev, who won against Ivanchuk in final of, it was called
Yeah.
back then FIDE World Championship. Later on, it was reformed into
2001?
to World Cup, right?
Yes,
Then it was
World
called World Cup. So
Yeah.
knockout, 2001, right? I think. So in the final match against Ivanchuk,
Yes.
the guy won having like maybe all the bad positions. Maybe in every game he had a bad position. He was saving a position a piece down. He was winning some like really worse ones
Yes.
by finding chances, not giving up, and just playing. Okay, f6 played. Wenjun, I think, is not seated at the board. So the moment she will, king e7, g3, f6 is already played. Ah, no, Judith's back to.
No.
Is she?
this
Ah,
is-
no.
this is
That's, I'm
Zhongyi,
confused. Like from,
Yeah.
but we've seen Wenjun on this side of the board. We have too many cameras, and that's why that's how I'm getting confused. Yes, here she is back to the board, and of
And
course g2.
Yes.
And I think, kind of logical conclusion would be that you play f7, you wait for your opponent to go knight e5, and only then you resign.
Yes. Or maybe after 95 you still get a check, like 92 and then resign.
Ah,
Yes.
knight d2, knight f3. You can
Yes. Even try more.
trick after trick. Yeah.
Yes.
But eventually, not much can be done. Yeah. Wait a second. So, what we are saying? Knight f7,
Then knight
knight
e5,
e5, knight d2,
king a2, I think.
or whatever. Yeah, a2, for instance, knight f3.
Knight f7.
Ah, the easiest, yes.
Yes.
I mean, probably anything wins, including g1 queen. But yeah, but you take f7 and then you just like this is too much.
h3, and I just.
You don't even need the b pawn
Yes.
in this case.
I don't even need the king to promote queen.
Yeah.
Okay, and the game in Shanghai, I think it will come to an end.
Yeah. So this is again. Yeah. This is well. It's strange to talk about home advantage in chess, right? So
Yes.
we know, like in football, basketball, whatever physical sports, usually if two games are played, then at home you have more supporters, then away the other team has more supporters. Here, it looked like it's all the same. Both players played in Chongqing and Shanghai, and yet, by the way, the game has just finished. The score sheet signed. Yet Wenjun proved to have a home advantage. She ends this part of the match on +2. 4-2 is the score after 6 games in Shanghai. And yeah, so once again, 2 days break. Next game happens on 13th of April. It was a pleasure working for you guys. Please come for more in 2 days. We'll be working you in Chongqing as well.
欢迎大家来到我们今天的新闻棋手交流会。那我们马上就要开始了，大家请就坐。Welcome to today's players' interview. We'll start very soon. Please take your seats. I'm Howard, and we will welcome Charlize to start our press interview.
Welcome everyone to the final press conference here in Shanghai. We've officially concluded the first half of the Women's World Championship match. Zhu, you won the game with black pieces. You've won 3 out of the 4 points in the last game. How is your confidence and how do you feel going into the second half?
那今天呢是上海的比赛最后一天，也是前半程结束。那鞠文君呢，在最近的比赛中，4轮棋得了3分，尤其是今天黑棋得胜。那想请问一下鞠文君，今天有什么特别的感受？
今天这盘棋作为黑棋取胜，也是，是个怎么说呢？是个非常不容易的事情。然后我觉得自己也在越来越进入状态。不过未来还有6盘对局，所以我也会继续的进行一个备战。
Today, the win with black is not easy at all, and Zhu Wenjun feels that she is gradually trying to find her pace, and she is getting better and better. But still, there are 6 games to go, so it will be a very tough match.
And in these final 6 games, you only need 2.5 points to claim the title. Will this affect your approach for the remaining half at all?
那根据规程，如果鞠文君再得到2.5分，剩下的6个对局中，那就可以继续保持冠军的头衔。那这样的一个情况，有没有对鞠文君的备战有一个新的这个参考价值呢？
就这个，我还是要跟我的团队再去研究一下。谢谢。
She will talk to her team and trying to analyze it.
My next question is for Tan. Tan, in 2018, you also lost 2 games back-to-back, but came back with a win. How did you reset mentally then, and what will you do now?
接下来的问题是向谭忠仪问一下，2018年的时候，谭忠仪曾经有落后，但是很快就追平了。那现在在这个处境中，想请问一下谭忠仪的考量。
就确实落后的已经比较多，但是我也没有想太多，后面还有6盘，不管怎么样，这个比赛还是要继续下去的。
So far, the margin is not small, but she will still try her best and try to perform well in the other 6 games.
Now onto the chess. My first question is for Zhu. You found this wonderful idea with g5, beautiful move in the position. And after knight e1, there was a critical idea of pushing g4, c4, but you opted for bishop f6, equalizing the position. Can you tell us what went through your mind here?
那在图上的这个局面呢，当时黑方已经把这个兵都推到很前了，包括 G 兵和 C 兵。那现在呢，黑方实战是选了走象到 F6，那黑方实际上也有可能，比如说走 G 兵和 C 兵。那想问一下鞠文君在这里是如何思考的？
这里我觉得象 F6可能不是特别精确，但是走完之后黑棋的局面会比较简单一点。当然也考虑过 C4 或者 G4，但是我可能在觉得象 F6就当时就觉得还可以。C4 G4 之后我没有特别清晰吧这个局面。
Until now, Zhu Wenjun finds that maybe bishop f6 is not the perfect choice. Over the board, she thought that moving the bishop was nice and easy, so didn't she didn't spend too much time on c4 or g4. Still, now maybe she thinks that she could probably try something better.
Did you think that you were better in this position? And if you did, when did you feel your advantage slipping away?
那在这个局面的时候，有没有感觉到自己是优势？后边有没有感觉到这个优势变小了？
我觉得确实像 F6吃完之后，可能是一个黑方稍微主动一点，但是可能和棋的概率更大一点，所以就是可能之前会觉得有一些优势吧，像 F6走完就不太有优势。
Before bishop f6, she thinks that probably the advantage was bigger then, but after bishop f6, black is slightly better with a very small initiative. Most likely it could be a draw.
Then my next question is to Tan. In this position, where we were once again mostly equal, you played this h4 move, which had a lot of energy. Was this you pushing for a win?
那在这个局面中，白方呢是比较冒险的走了 h4，那这个局面突然之间就变得很精彩，很有意思了。想请问一下谭忠仪是怎么样考量？因为之前可能是个类似和棋的情况。
我看他可能就后第5可能要上来了，就不是很好挡。我临场也没有找到很好的方法，也许我可能马 F3就不该跳上来，应该留着后，就后面那个残棋可能压力太大了，确实可能没有什么好的办法。
At that point, she was trying to prevent Queen d5 somehow. Maybe she thought that knight f3 wasn't perfect at the time. If white maintains the queen, white could hold a draw very easily.
Now my next question is for both players. We have 2 days until the next game. First of all, for Zhu, how will you ensure that this doesn't break your momentum?
那接下来我们会有2天的休整的时间。那想请问一下这个居文君，那接下来的这个如果休整会如何的来调整？有没有自己调整的节奏？
就是首先第1天可能是先转战到重庆，那么我会尽量在休息天之内，把自己的进入一个更好的一个比赛状态吧，就这样。
Of course, these 2 days will at least spend 1 day on trip, so she will try to make full use of these days and trying to recover from this exhausting match.
And for Tan, do you think you can use these days to your advantage to reset for the second half? Especially, we are going now to your hometown of Chongqing.
想请问谭忠仪，那接下来有2天的休整，尤其是转战到重庆是谭忠仪的家乡，有没有感觉到有什么方法来调整一下？
可能先回家休息一下吧，毕竟有2天，而且就是他离我家还就蛮远的，因为重庆非常的大，就过去都要好远，所以说还没有想好。
Tan Zhongyi will probably rest well at home because Chongqing is such a huge city. The site from her home is far away, so she's not sure about how she will spend time.
Finally, question for both players. We've reached the halfway mark, so how would you both assess your play so far?
接下来的问题是，请问2位棋手的。那我们半程已过，那给自己的这个表现评价一下，打一下分。 那我们先来问一下谭中怡，感觉如何？
我感觉我就是有一些问题需要调整一下，就是肯定是不是很满意的这个表现，从分数上也能看出来。可能错过了一些新机会，然后在很多时候下的也不够谨慎，希望在后面的时候能有稍好一点的表现。
So far, Tan Zhongyi found there are certain points that's not very good, and she wasn't fully satisfied about her performance. Maybe at some point she could be more cautious. Anyway, she'll try to find her pace in the later half.
我对我的表现从开始的不太满意到现在的满意，所以我觉得就是希望自己能够在重庆也有一个好的表现吧。
At the beginning, Zhu Wenjun wasn't so satisfied about her performance in the first two games, but later, now she was quite content about the whole results. So she hopes that in Chongqing she will keep this kind of pace and this kind of form.
Thank you very much. Now we can open the floor to questions from journalists. Elon from Litas.
感谢两位棋手精彩的这个分享。那我们接下来可以请到现场的记者来提问。
就是首先就是特别感谢两位棋手都特别的辛苦，然后呢，就是想问，谭中怡，你觉得重庆的辣妹子性格比较冲，你觉得你的棋风会和这个相似吗？So a huge respect for both players, and H4 shows aggressiveness. And does she feel like being from Chongqing? Does her characteristic are similar to her city?
我觉得可能跟城市关系没有很大，可能跟个人性格关系会更大一些，因为重庆有非常多优秀的职业棋手，但是就风格是多样化的，就我没有看到明显就是有什么，比如说某个地区的棋手有统一的风格，但是如果有师兄弟之类的，或许，但我也不确定。
She thinks that maybe it's not totally related to the city, the character. Maybe we have different chess players, different styles, and Chongqing is such a big, huge city. So probably that's not that obvious. But she thought about that if some players learned from the same teacher, maybe they share the same style somewhat. That's why she smiled. 那你再问一遍，就集中一点来。
没有，上海。
就是你再提问一遍，就比如
就是周文君，你觉得你的这个棋艺风格和你所居住的环境或者城市有没有相关的连接？
我觉得我的棋艺风格，与环境有一点关系吧。可能因为我，就是相对来说没有那么的激进，或者就是一个比较平稳，或者说是比较更多的是局面性的一些下法。就是我觉得可能跟我自己就是成长的经历更多的是一些关系。
When it comes to the style related to the city characters, Zhu Wenjun thinks that her style is more quiet, more peaceful, and more positional. That's quite related to her personal growth experience. 好，那我们还没有其他的问题，可以举手。那我们会给到话筒。
我想问两位棋手各一个问题。先问谭中怡，就是因为现在有2分的差距，那对你来说，你觉得这会对你来说是一个压力吗？因为还有最后6盘棋，谢谢。
This question is for Tan Zhongyi. With 2 points behind, do you feel pressure, and maybe do you want to prepare something special?
我不确定，可能有的。但是，作为棋手来说，就是我们总是在经历这些，就是我觉得我能够调整好这个东西，尽量吧，只能说。
The pressure is out there for sure, but also she's a very experienced professional player. She knows how to handle this kind of pressure. She will try her best.
想问一下居文君，因为我记得上一次你在和雷挺杰比赛的时候，好像上半程我记得一直是平局。那这一次是领先2分进到下半程，那你觉得这样一个表现有没有超出你的预期，还是说在预期里面的？谢谢。
For the last match with Lei Tingjie, Zhu Wenjun and Lei Tingjie had most games ended in a draw. So this time, with 2 points ahead, do you feel anything special, and do you have any specific plan?
我对就是这上半程的结果是，就是非常满意的，就是能够有多领先2分的一个优势。那我觉得就不过每一轮棋都是一个新的开始吧，所以，我觉得可能在这6盘已经结束了嘛，更多的是去考虑接下来的6盘怎么去应对。
Zhu is very delighted with 2 points ahead, but still every game is a new game, so she will fight for the other games as well. 有没有其他的提问？可以给到话筒。
这个问题问一下居文君，就是你已经4次加冕了这个旗后，然后上海也就4次举办了这场比赛。在你的感觉上，就这7年间，你觉得上海这个国象文化有没有一些发展和改变？
This question is for Zhu Wenjun. You defended the title 4 times in 7 years. The atmosphere here in the city, in Shanghai, how do you compare 7 years before and now?
首先我觉得就上海这座城市的棋牌底蕴还是很深厚的。那么这些年呢，我也看到更多的青少年的那个学生或者小棋手们就去学这个国际象棋。那么对我来说，首先我是要下好这次比赛。那么我也很乐意为上海的国际象棋付出自己的一份那个努力。谢谢。
Shanghai has its tradition for intellectual games, including chess, Chinese traditional xiangqi, and Go and bridges. To Zhu Wenjun's delight, we have so many kids these days interested in the intellectual games. So to Zhu Wenjun, currently her job is to make sure that she will play well in this tournament, and in the future she is willing to dedicate her time to support and to foster the younger generation. 还有没有其他的问题？好，那我们即将结束我们今天的这个 棋手交流会。Now we'll conclude our press interview here. We would like to thank our FIDE News team, media from China and all over the world, and chess fans all over the world. Make sure you subscribe and follow us.
And thanks to you. Thanks for everyone watching. We'll see you in Chongqing.
感谢大家，谢谢。那我们重新再见了。